Help if we did that. Huh? Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's Waze sending me to Houston. Thank you.
900
Waze.
feet. I never got that, man. How am I in a car and I know what 900 feet
exactly.
is? You know. Next right would help.
Correctamundo.
For the future of mankind. And also, good morning, Sam. Friday Hallelujah to everybody.
Yes, in fact, let me mark that so I don't screw that up.
Oh, you wouldn't dare.
I sure did last week. So this is you to open that segment. Randy Beamer will be in here around 7 o'clock. He'll be in here from 7 to 9. Oh, EJ here at 5:03. I'm shocked.
Said he might be a little late.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah.
To his credit.
See, always Ronald Lee,
Yeah.
Henry Lee
Lucas,
John Wayne,
Lee
come on.
Harvey Oswald.
It's always that way.
Yeah, if you ever meet somebody who uses his middle name.
Yeah, watch out. Run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks so much.
Sam, go Bernie in the Little League World Series. Absolutely.
Yep. Southeast against the Southwest.
Yes.
Tomorrow. It's not this weekend. It's tomorrow.
Correct. Al Vision 100, welcome. Tim, Travis, Sam. Rooster in here somewhere.
The rooster in the morning.
Goes a cock-a-doodle-doo.
Yeah, there's Rooster.
Rooster's
I'm here. Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, Rooster.
It's almost like it was a 3-hour tour.
Yeah.
A 3-hour tour.
Very much like Gilligan, you're right.
Yeah. Except for there's no Marianne.
All right. EJ wore red. You got to like that, although it's his Hamas
red.
His Hamas hoodie. I don't like a Hamas hoodie.
No. It could be a Hezbollah hoodie.
Yeah, it looks more like Hezbollah.
It looks like a Hezbollah hoodie.
That's just wrong.
It is wrong.
Will they have the Friday song ready?
Yeah, he does. I saw it earlier. Sam, excellent question. If Bernie does win tomorrow, who's going to go honking downtown Bernie?
We all are. We're all driving to Bernie to go honk.
Is it Bernie or Bo Ernie? Because I've heard it both ways.
I had this Tim Griffin guy from San Francisco visited me once here. He goes, yeah, I saw a cop in some town called Bo Earn.
Bo Earn?
Bo Earn. That's not Bo Earn.
That's great. Bo Earn. Bernie.
Is there a Main Street in Bernie?
It's Main Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to say Drive Naked down Commerce Street.
It's the, they call it the Hill Country Mile.
Okay.
Main Street.
Which is more
Main Street.
Okay.
Because, Bob Seger did a song
down
about
on Main Street.
Street. Ronald Dart. Stand by, Chris.
Yes.
Show's about to begin, everybody.
Let's do a little radio.
Good morning, Kemper. Good morning, Lucinda.
Radio. Lucinda Sullivan. Lucinda, we're going to interview Barry Manilow on Monday. Live. Well, sort of live.
Well,
virtually live.
Technically live.
When we interview him, it's going to be live.
We'll be live.
Okay. Welcome into this 23rd day of August 2024. A beautiful day, 7 days until Labor Day weekend, 13 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend opens up the NFL season against the Baltimore Ravens, 18 days until the first Trump-Harris debate, 62 days until OpelkaCon, 69 days until Halloween, 74 days until the 2024 election. And while all of those days are very important, today is pretty special as well because today is Friday!
Oh, Friday-luya. Good.
Wake up the kids. Go ahead and let the dogs out.
Who?
Drive naked down on Main Street in Bernie because they're going to be celebrating there anyway. You did it. I did it. Charity did it. Mr. T did it. EJ did it. Andrew did it. We all did it. We made it to Friday. Woo! Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
Fabulous. So, you always don't think you're going to quite make it, and then you do. It's a great feeling.
It's a wonderful thing. It really is.
Yes.
I love Fridays.
What a great Friday it is. And of course, it's a red Friday. If you look on the YouTube stream, we're live right now. Search 1200 WOAI. We are all wearing red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. But it gets better. It is a Friday with Beamer.
Yeah.
Randy Beamer in studio from 7 to 9 o'clock this morning.
So it's the extended dance mix.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. Because he does dance a lot when he's in here.
Correct. But wait, there's more.
There's more.
It's a playlist Friday.
That's right.
We have curated a playlist based on our listeners. What was it, Mr. T?
Their input, we were asking about songs about heat, and they just overwhelmed us with them. So we picked the best ones we thought. Well, I'll let Andrew pick it if you don't like it.
You will hear songs of heat.
Songs of heat.
All morning.
Songs that put you in heat or songs that heat. Because that's two different things.
It
you
is.
know,
It
Friday
really
night.
is.
Yeah, there's two different playlists there.
Okay.
Maybe
Both
next
upbeat,
Friday.
though. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Well,
next Friday. Yeah.
Let's get this hot Friday started with traffic and weather together.
No longer a heat warning. It's just an advisory now from noon until 9 o'clock. Partly cloudy, partly sunny today. Guess what? A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. I'll see it when I believe it. Highs today right around 100 degrees. Tomorrow, sunshine, a few passing clouds, highs in the upper 90s. Same thing for Sunday. It is 84 degrees in Alamo Heights, 83 at the Pearl, and 83 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 512.
We are all on fire with this late. Are these the dog days of summer?
They are now.
Yeah, they
Yes.
are.
Arf, arf. They're the dog days
Who
of
let
summer.
the
This
dogs out?
Texas heat. It is a heat playlist on San Antonio's First News. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Randy Beamer in studio from 7 to 9. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell. EJ Pacheco wearing a red hoodie on a red Friday. Good to see. And Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew running the YouTube stream.
Now, EJ, is that a Hezbollah hoodie or what does it say?
What
on
is
it?
that? Is that Hezbollah or is that
what is
Hamas?
that? What is that? Hamas or
What
Hezbollah
the hell
hoodie?
is that? It's something Arabic.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Interesting.
Anybody check his background
gonna-
before we
yeah,
hired
we're
him? I
gonna
mean,
have to.
seriously.
Well, we said Red Friday.
We weren't specific.
Well, last night, the big news story, and we'll react throughout the day. We'll hear former President Donald Trump react to it as well. Vice President Kamala Harris giving her acceptance speech. And Charity, I said that with the Obamas, the speech that Barack and Michelle Obama gave earlier in the week at the convention, the bar was raised very, very high. Kamala Harris, in my opinion, gave the best speech I have ever seen her give.
Yeah, she seems to have found her footing when it comes to public speaking. Delivered a roughly 40-minute speech, and I think for the most part, she met the moment. She definitely showed strength. It was a unifying speech for the most part, although she didn't hold back on her criticism of former President Trump. But now the real challenge lies ahead. Can she keep this momentum?
Yeah, that's going to be a big test. And did I miss it? Because I was hearing all day long there was going to be a big surprise last night, a special guest, and I heard rumors Beyonce, I heard Taylor Swift, I heard all kinds of people. Did I miss it?
I don't know of a special guest.
Or was there a big surprise that there wasn't one?
D.L. Hughley, maybe.
Oh, there you go. There you
I
go.
don't
Big
know.
surprise.
Yeah, I don't know who the special guest was.
There wasn't one, apparently.
Reverend Al Sharpton, he was on the podium at one point.
Yeah.
Pink?
Well, you know,
Well,
anytime
we
she
think was
shows up,
coming,
yeah.
So-
Anytime she shows up.
And her
yeah.
daughter was there too. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sage, I believe is her name, right?
Willow, I believe.
Willow Sage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Willow
something like
Sage.
that. Yeah, Willow Sage Hart.
Very nice. We will certainly react throughout the morning. In fact, Randy Beamer, a big part of our Decision 2024 coverage, will react not only to last night, but where we are now, 74 days until this 2024 election, 18 days away from that first debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters. Lots more coming up. WOAI News Time, 5:15. So for Lucinda and for Kemper and Barry Manilow fans out there, Monday after the show, we're going to interview Barry Manilow, and we'll air that because he's on the West Coast. So we'll air that Tuesday. But
Tuesdays with Barry.
Tuesdays with Barry. I
Oh, I
like
like
it.
it.
Tuesdays with Barry. Yes. Now, Lucinda Sullivan saw Barry in Austin on Sunday night and she's going to see him in San Antonio.
Man, that's a
On the
fan of
30th.
love.
That's a double dose of Barry. That's a very Barry August. That's a very Barry August for Lucinda. Hey, there's a 14. Hey, he's grown a mustache.
I
The
know.
14-year-old. Nice.
I would test him for steroids.
Yeah, I
I'm
would
just
too.
saying, man.
Louis.
That was a hell of a catch, man.
So what was that the final 5-3?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it might have been. It might have been. Yeah, because that
Oh
was.
my God!
Yeah,
What a
he
catch.
stole that home run, man.
Yes.
Yeah, but it didn't help him. They were rolling 7s and 11s.
Yeah.
No, 6-3 was the final.
Hard to beat a good team twice. I am
Yeah.
nervous.
That's it. Ball game right there.
6-3 Florida over Nevada in the Little
Yep.
League World Series. Can you imagine if you were in Nevada, Henderson, Nevada, you were undefeated until that Bernie game, then you lose 2 in a row on consecutive days and you're done.
Yep. Goodbye.
Yikes.
Bye-bye. That's going to be a tough game, though, man. Florida's gave him hell, so yeah, it's going to be hard. You mentioned it, Chris. Hard to beat the same team twice.
Agree.
Lucinda loves her Barry.
What's not to love, Lucinda? I'm a huge fan of Lowe as well. As you know, I've been to a Barry Manilow concert with Lucinda, believe it or not.
There you go.
Lucinda, Jeannie Jekyll was there with Ross. Steve DeRocco, the original Rock, was there. Yeah, Bill Taylor is at the Little League World Series.
Right
I've seen
on.
Bill Taylor posting on Instagram.
Yeah.
He flew there yesterday.
Very cool.
Very funny graphic.
Love the card. Wonder if I could get one of those.
Spirit sign making today
All right.
on Main Street in Burning.
Oh, 9 to 5.
We should go make spirit signs.
I'll just do it in spirit.
Okay, I'll be there in spirit. Nice.
EJ and his Hezbollah hoodie.
Yeah, we might have to post a photo of that, although kind of in bad taste.
It really kind of is.
Yeah.
Standby.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And then we have a presidential question for you. That'll be coming right up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Vice President Kamala Harris is now officially the Democratic nominee for president. Arizona law enforcement has arrested a man who allegedly threatened to kill former President Trump. And for the second time this week and the third time this summer in Texas, a child has died after being left in a hot car. Well, details coming up right now, traffic and weather.
More heat in the forecast. There is a little bit of there's a little chance of rain today. We check in with our News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 83 degrees here at the Radio Ranch. WOAI News Time, 521.
San Antonio's first news. I spoke over the lyrics.
I know.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to.
It's all right. More cowbell.
It is a hot playlist because it's another hot day in South Texas. It's also a Red Friday. We are all wearing red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. Well, last night, whether you support her or you don't know, I think if you're objective, you would conclude that Kamala Harris gave probably the best speech, style-wise and delivery-wise, that we have seen her deliver yet. I have not been a big fan of her delivery, her communication skills, but I don't know if she had coaching or what, but she took it to another level. And we will credit Charlie Parker for today's talkback question because he posed that to us yesterday. And Charity, the question is, in your lifetime, and we're not talking about candidates, we're talking about presidents, someone who is or was the president of the United States in your lifetime, who was the best orator? Who could deliver the best speech as president of any president in your lifetime? It's an intriguing question, Charity. The first thing that popped into my head, because I'm old and because I remember him as an orator, John F. Kennedy. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. I went with John F. Kennedy as the best orator as president in my lifetime.
That's a good one. For me, it would be Ronald Reagan.
Wow.
Maybe because he was an actor, so he was able to nail the right tempo, the right rhythm, had the right cadence, but it was all about timing. And he always delivered passionate speeches that captivated his audience.
As much as I didn't, agree with what he was doing, Barack Obama was really good at giving speeches.
He showed
He
that again
really
the other
was.
night,
Yeah,
didn't
he really was good at giving speeches.
Yeah. So, you look at the past several years, Bill Clinton, Bubba,
Bill Clinton, yeah.
Elvis, he was pretty good. So, and we'll ask Randy Beamer this question as well. Randy Beamer will be here from 7 to 9. Which president gave the best speeches? And, as you bring up Reagan, Charity, as I recall from the Reagan administration, he was known as the great communicator.
Yeah.
I mean, he was, in my head, I gave the Kennedy quote, ask not what your country can do for you. For Reagan, to me, it's that speech, Mr. Gorbachev,
Yes.
tear down this wall.
That was awesome.
My God,
Mhm.
what
That was
a
awesome.
what a moment in all of American history, certainly in the 20th century. And I don't think you get a moment like that unless you are a great orator.
Yeah, and it takes, I'm sure, years of practice. I don't think you're born that way.
Yeah.
So it definitely is a talent and a skill that it requires years of hard work.
Yes, it really does. It's so hard to do.
Well, and as you mentioned, years of practice. What I've noticed about Obama and Mr. T, you say Obama needs to be in that mix and on that list. Sometimes Obama goes into this delivery that is very
Deadpan almost,
King,
yeah.
No, Martin
well,
Luther King-esque.
That's true.
It's like Southern preacher. It like, and I can't even do it because I don't have those skills. But occasionally I listen to Obama.
I hear that.
And it's like
yeah.
he's channeling MLK.
Yeah, and he does have a dry sense of humor at time and a very deadpan delivery on his humor. And
That
he was-
moment
yeah.
on Tuesday
Yes,
night when he was
with the
talking
hands,
about
yes.
crowd size was pretty big. So, Charity, how do they get us that information?
Of course, the free iHeartRadio app. You just search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Hit it 30 seconds. Let us know the
All right.
best speech from a president in your lifetime.
We will play your comments on the air. Lots more coming up. It's a big news day. Charity McCurdy has all the big stories you need to know about. Then we will talk about what transpired last night at the Democratic National Convention at 5:40. Don't forget, Randy Beamer in studio today from 7 to 9 a.m. WOAI News Time, 526. I lost track of
And
time
we're
there.
back.
Sorry about that.
What's that?
I lost track of time there.
That's
Sorry
all right.
about that.
It's all right. You just, screw this in the next
Yeah,
segment. No big deal.
I suck. What can I tell you?
That's it. Chris. We've had enough. Calling Charlie in.
Yeah, but add that to the list of grievances.
Oh, it's a red hot playlist. I love that, Sam.
That's even better, Sam. Yeah, Kemper says, if I hear any more about children left in hot cars, my heart can't take it. There was a kid
I know
in
another one. man.
Corpus.
Yeah.
A child died in Corpus Christi.
You know, you should let your kid hold your phone. Then you wouldn't leave your kid in the car.
I don't know. And I know people are distracted and I know people are under stress, and I'm not a parent, but my God, how do you let that happen?
You can't. I mean, it's just awful.
It's just like you say, Mr. T, every gun is a loaded gun.
Always.
It's like anytime your child is in or near a car, you should be hyper vigilant. Same thing with a pool. You hear
Amen.
about kids dying
yes.
in pools
Oh,
because
God, yes.
the parents stepped away for a moment.
Never did that. Never stepped away from my kids while they were in the pool or at the ocean. It didn't matter. Lake, I don't care.
Cowboys Chargers tomorrow.
Thomas Jefferson. Louis says Thomas Jefferson. I don't recall hearing any Thomas Jefferson.
Well, I was when we went around the horn. I was going to go, well, we all said Art. Charlie's was Abraham Lincoln.
He was. He loved the Emancipation Proclamation. He still has the ticket stub.
He was there at Gettysburg for that
He was.
Gettysburg address.
Four
In fact,
score.
he gave him some tips.
Four score. Oh, gosh.
Oh, speaking of PAGs, he has arrived.
Oh, I've got Jenny James, by the way.
Oh, totally. Is she sending them to you these days?
No, Charity sent it to me yesterday afternoon. She sent it to me yesterday.
At Omaha Beach.
Yeah.
Beach for D-Day.
Yes, he did. Nobody's going to say Jimmy Carter.
He didn't really have
No,
it.
he
That was
did not.
One of the reasons he lost.
Either one of the
In addition to
Bushes.
hostages.
Either one of the Bushes.
Nope. LBJ, not exactly.
No. Gerald Ford. No.
No.
I'm going to have to go with no. But thank you. Thanks for playing.
All right, let's see. There's that. Let me forward that. Where are my glasses? I can't even read this small print. Where the hell did my glasses go?
They were right there. Saw them earlier.
Did I drop them?
No, they're right here, Chris.
Thank you.
Told you I saw them.
You got better eyes than I do. I can't.
Well, I have my glasses on.
Can't even
Chris.
see my glasses.
I have my glasses on. That's how I found
Very
your
good.
glasses.
All right, here comes Pags in a sec.
Joe Pags, everybody.
Joe Pags, everybody. You know.
Oh, you know what? Don't forget our promo on Monday. Jeff Traylor, 8:40
Wow,
Monday.
wow. Okay. Oh, we haven't had the conversation that we need to.
We're not going to have it. We're just going to do it.
Okay.
We'll apologize.
Okay. Apologize
We're going to
later.
do him first. Do Pags at the end of the segment.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Going into the break.
No. I meant that we need by 8:45 the promo.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Thought it was a different one.
We'll be fine.
I'll send her an email. Wait, I got this in. This just came in from Joe or from Chris Dool. Joe Pags.
Joe Pags, everybody. Jim Ross, welcome in, Jim. What a slobber knocker show.
Huh?
Kemper says, I had 4 daughters to watch and never even had a moment that they were left anywhere.
Amen.
Has
Both
to
my
be
daughters.
drugs or alcohol that causes a person to leave their child in the heat. Just can't understand it.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Either.
My God.
Never let my kids out of my sight, man. The hell? I've got audio coming in this segment here.
Who is it?
What's her name? Kamala.
Cool.
Officially accepting the nomination.
Okay.
Yep. If that's okay.
That is okay.
Okay, Panky. got it. You know, let them listen to Charity.
Sure.
Here comes Charity, everybody.
.5:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Kamala Harris accepts her party's nomination for president, and get ready for more traffic headaches this weekend. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday. Heat advisory from noon to 9. Partly cloudy, a high near 100. Tonight's low is 78. Right now, we have 83 degrees. Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris wrapped up the Democratic National Convention with her keynote address. Fox's Jeff Manasso has more on Decision 2024.
It was the culmination of the last 4 nights hearing from the Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris.
I accept your nomination to be president of the United States of America.
The DNC, a star-studded event that began with Democrats essentially saying thank you and bidding goodbye to President Joe Biden. The theme last night, For Our Future, as Harris laid out an agenda of a brighter and more hopeful America.
A chance to chart a new way forward.
And while the overall vibe here has been about joy, there was hope for many that Harris would finally get to policy and exactly how she plans to fix the economy over a month since the presidential ticket handoff. At the DNC in Chicago, Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
U.S. Rep. Colin Allred of Dallas urged his fellow Democrats to support Vice President Kamala Harris in her bid for the White House. Allred gave a brief speech last night.
You know, in the NFL, we had a term for guys like Donald Trump and my opponent, Ted Cruz. Me guys, you know the type, talk a big game, only care about themselves, but you don't want to be stuck with them at a barbecue.
U.S. Rep. Veronica Escobar of El Paso chaired the convention yesterday. Meantime, with the backdrop of the southern border, former President Trump focused on a top campaign issue yesterday. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Former President Trump shook hands with law enforcement while laying blame at Democrats' feet for illegal immigration. He plans to push border security as one of the differences that could tip the election in his favor. As he put it, standing by a stretch of wall in Montezuma Pass, Arizona.
The choice is simple: Kamala's mass amnesty of criminals or President Trump's mass deportation of criminals.
Democrats continue to say it was the former president who urged Republicans not to pass a bipartisan border security bill so he could use it as a campaign issue. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Arizona law enforcement has arrested a man who allegedly threatened to kill Trump. Ronald Lee Servid was taken into custody without incident. He was wanted for failing to register as a sex offender. Servid has outstanding warrants from the state of Wisconsin for DUI, as well as Arizona for a hit and run and felony failure to register as a sex offender. Trump will be in Arizona again today for a rally. For the second time this week in Texas, a baby has been found dead in a hot car. Here's Fox's Jill Nato.
A grandmother north of Corpus Christi in the small town of Beeville, Texas, may be facing a homicide charge after leaving a 9-month-old child in a hot car for nearly 8 hours Wednesday. In Corpus Christi, Hilda Ann Adame has been arrested for the death of her nearly 2-year-old child Tuesday. She claims she forgot the child was in the hot car while she went off to work. She's facing charges of endangerment to a child, abandonment, and more. The child was strapped in the car from 8 in the morning until about 1:30 in the afternoon. The Corpus Christi region's been under heat advisories all this week. Jill Nato, Fox News.
Bexar County employees may be in for a pay raise next year. County commissioners approved a 3% pay increase. A 5% raise only for elected county officials was originally on the table, but Commissioner Grant Moody proposed a 3% hike for elected officials that would match the cost of living adjustment for all other county workers that was already part of the proposed 2024-25 county budget. County commissioners take a final vote on next year's budget September 10th. The Little League World Series is this weekend, and a lot of eyes are on the Texas team.
The San Antonio suburb of Bernie is buzzing over their Little League team's success. Mayor Frank Ritchie says the town's population is only about 20,000, meaning just about everybody has a connection.
The community is just alive and buzzing. There's watch parties at every restaurant, brewery, you name it. There's a watch party being held somewhere.
U.S. Championship game is at 2:30 Saturday afternoon. If the boys from Bernie win, they'll face off against the international team for the World Series Championship on Sunday. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thank you, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
The heat is on. It's been on all week. It'll continue through the weekend. It is a playlist Friday. We're playing hot songs. It is also a Red Friday. We're all wearing red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. It's a Friday with Beamer, Randy Beamer in studio from 7 to 9. And last night, the final night of the Democratic National Convention, and the moment it was all building to was Kamala Harris accepting that nomination.
Yeah, it was pretty.
On behalf
I'm
one. On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
There it was, sort of.
Yeah,
kind
that
of.
dramatic pause.
It was,
I
yeah.
thought you were
Take
waiting for
3.
my reaction, guys. Sorry.
We were trying to psych out Charity.
Yeah, that's what,
It
worked.
sounded like I was throwing it to Charity, but we got her. I wasn't. But I was, but I wasn't.
The
No, that was
beauty
my
of being
bad.
in a different studio across the building, it's
No, that's on me. But I was, whether you like her or you don't like her, and I know a lot of our listeners are big time Trump supporters, and we get it. This just makes it all more interesting because, she was, to me, until last night, Charity, kind of a lackluster communicator. I mean, not bad, but certainly not remarkable. I think last night's speech was kind of remarkable.
it's her best yet, for sure. Again, but she has the privilege of standing behind a podium, having a teleprompter. We have yet to see her go off script, impromptu, sit down, interview, also on a debate stage against her opponent, former President Trump. And I think that's when we'll get a really true idea of how great of a speaker she truly is. But she definitely delivered last night, and she had some hard acts to follow too.
Yeah, she did. The stage was set last night for her. And I'm with you, Chris. I didn't have a lot of faith going into it that she was going to do a great job, but she did a good job for what she does. She does a great job. But right now, I'm more interested in the first debate coming up between her and Donald Trump, because I think that will give us all the signs in the world of how she can hold up to pressure.
Yeah, and Donald Trump, very, very good at the debate
Very good.
format. Going to be very, very interesting. And I would imagine Charity, for the last several days as they were developing this speech, I imagine she had coaches. I imagine she had some very high-end speaking, if not acting coaches, making sure that key phrases and moments were punctuated and delivered in a very effective way. So as you both indicate, the big test 18 days from now, when she has the debate with Donald Trump, and she has promised, and we're running out of August here.
Yeah.
She has promised a sit-down debate with a major network, a major interviewer. So that's going to be a big test too.
Exactly, especially when she's going to be quizzed on nailing down specifics when it comes to her policies, especially on the economy. She's got to be ready to think on her toes and hopefully not deliver another gaffe like we've seen before, especially on the topic of border security.
We got a lot to cover, and we're going to go back in time coming up on Flashback, try to figure out what year we land in. Randy Beamer joins us in studio from 7 to 9 a little bit later this morning as well. WOAI News Time, 5:45. Yeah. Steve
Hello.
DeRocco is in here, the original Rock, co-founder of the San Antonio Polar Bear Club. What is up, Rocket Man?
All right. Ow. Yeah, it's pretty typical for a sheriff that's running for office to change his tune on the border. But I'm with you on that, Kemper. I don't usually dive into especially our local stuff, man. Are you still on day 4 or 5? What are you on?
I am on day 5. However, it's
over.
going to be tough
But it's over.
because I arrive in Houston at about 3 o'clock this afternoon at the hotel, and there will be adult beverages.
Happy hour.
But yeah, I started Sunday at 7 p.m. I got to make it to 7 p.m. tonight to do a full 5 days. I don't know if I'm
It's
going
going
to
to be tough, man.
From 3 to 7. It's like, okay, I'll just sit here.
7
and
o'clock.
You guys drink.
The show's tonight or tomorrow night?
It's 7 o'clock in Nova Scotia.
Is it 7?
Well, no. 7 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, but
is
show's
5
tonight or
days.
tomorrow night?
Show's tomorrow night.
Oh, perfect.
Show's tomorrow night.
Even better because
Yes.
those Friday night shows, dude, trust me,
No,
after going
no,
to Journey last week,
Yeah. No, that was the
going
whole
home
idea.
and taking a nap and all that, man, it's
Get to the hotel tonight,
Yeah.
crash, sleep late,
yeah.
and go to the hotel tomorrow. So, yeah.
I thought there already was a smoking ban. Oh, look at
KSAP.
that.
Wow.
I already thought there was a smoking ban.
Yeah, I need to, like on audio, I need to preface with let's listen. Let's listen
There
to
you go.
Kamala Harris. I'll try to do that.
Yeah. Because if you don't talk for a second, watch out.
Well, and what the weirdness, then I looked at you and I remembered
Yeah.
you had, I began throwing it to her,
Yeah.
and then mid-sentence, I realized you had audio.
That's all right. We'll get over it, Chris.
Damn it. And you know who's listening? He's adding that to the list of grievances.
Oh, he's not up this early. Oh, yeah, he is. Normal out 57.
57. All right. So we're adding to and kind of changing the talkback question for those of you on YouTube. We're looking for streaming recommendations for the weekend from you. We normally give them to you. We would like to get them from you. So if you got any streaming Mr. T and I are big fans of Bad
Oh,
Monkey
it's so good.
on Apple TV Plus with
So
Vince
good.
Vaughn.
So good.
And we won't spoil it, but a huge twist at the end of episode 3.
Yes.
Huge.
Big time, man. I had to back it up because I thought, did I
Yeah.
catch that right?
And my wife Beth didn't immediately get what
Cindy's
the twist
like
was.
kind of half watching
Yeah,
it, half
yeah.
not watching it.
And I'm like, holy crap! Although I didn't say crap. Thank God for coffee.
Yes.
Oh, next week I go off alcohol and coffee. I'm doing another cleanse.
Is that what we're calling it? Is that what the kids are calling it?
The kids call it a cleanse.
Well, technically, it kind of is.
It is, yes.
You know, technically.
Correctamundo.
Oh, come on, man.
Did you watch that Trump on Instagram that I sent you?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. No, I'm going to wait till I get home.
One of the best things. It's a
I'm
minute
gonna wait till I
47.
get home. Now, I did. Oh, shit. Stand by.
Okay. It is time to go back in time. But what year will we land in? Let's find out. Let's play flashback.
Wow.
Oh. Charity, you named Ronald Reagan as the great communicator. 82, 83, or 84?
84.
84.
I agree. I concur.
I will go with the two of you. Let's go. 1984. What year was it? Charity McCurdy.
Look at that.
Nails it. Ronald Reagan would be proud.
Yeah, it was not Ronald Reagan for me. It was Beverly Hills Cop. I remember when that came out.
But to me, it was B.A. Barabbas in the A-Team. That was Mr. T's character.
Yeah, I worked really hard on that, Chris.
Shows you how classy I am. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Vice President Kamala Harris formally accepted a nomination last night to wrap up the Democratic National Convention. The mother of a child murdered by a gunman in Uvalde was also in the spotlight last night. And a major merger is taking place with UTSA and UT Health, set to become a single institution next year. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Heat advisory till 9 o'clock tonight. Sunny and hot. Highs right around 100. A stray shower thunderstorm possible. Tomorrow and Sunday, few clouds and lots of sun. Highs in the upper 90s both days. 82 degrees at the Snake Farm. 82 in Floresville and 83 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:52. I think this one came from Kemper.
Really?
Think so.
Kemper, good job. It is a playlist Friday. We're playing songs about heat, hot, heat. That's what the playlist is.
It's a red hot playlist.
Thank you. It's a red hot playlist. Who told us that?
Sam, I believe.
Sam on the YouTube.
It might have been Sam. I don't know who it was.
stream.
Somebody said that.
Yes. Very, very good. Speaking of the YouTube stream, Charity, after you nailed that Ronald Reagan in 1984 on Flashback, Tim from the Philippines wrote, Charity must have a degree in history.
Well, my dad is quite the historian, so that helps.
It's the same thing, man. It's the same thing.
Yes. So we're going to add a question to our talkback question. But first, we've got a few, Charity. We've been asking people, as we've got a presidential election in just a few days.
74 days, Chris.
74 days. Thank you for that. Who was the greatest presidential orator, the best speech giver in your lifetime? I said John F. Kennedy. Charity said Ronald Reagan. And Mr. T says Barack Obama, although he says he didn't agree with everything Barack Obama
Not necessarily, no.
stood for necessarily. Charity, how do people get us that information?
The free iHeartRadio app. Download it if you don't have it already from the App Store. Once you get it, launch it. Search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Once you hit it, 30 seconds to sound off.
Yeah, and sound like this, our favorite guy up in Pennsylvania.
Good morning, guys. This is your Pennsylvania truck driver, DJ. I would agree with you that Ronald Reagan is one of the best communicators there ever has been. And as a preacher myself, I know you have to believe in what you're trying to communicate. In his speech about tearing down that wall, he went against his advisors and inserted that phrase, tear down that wall, in his speech because he believed with passion in what he was trying to communicate. Reagan was a great communicator.
What a great point from DJ
Amen.
in Pennsylvania. We were trying to establish détente with Russia and Mikhail Gorbachev at the time. So it was a courageous, bold departure for Ronald Reagan to say, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. That's a tremendous, another history major,
Exactly.
DJ in Pennsylvania.
All right,
Yeah.
let's check in with our favorite school teacher.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lotto. I'm with Chris on this one. Ronald Reagan gave great speeches, and his style. He once said that you kind of have to be part actor to do the job of president correctly. So he always had great delivery and knew exactly what to say. So there's this wife that was going to give a speech, and she said, "I'm afraid of public speaking." And the husband said, "Oh, just embrace your mistakes and laugh about it." So she hugged him and then laughed. You'll have a fantastic
Very
weekend.
good. Very good. But Stephen, it was Charity picked Ronald Reagan, to be clear. I don't want to I picked John F. Kennedy in my lifetime.
Both are
Although,
great.
so close though. Kennedy, Reagan, Obama.
Yeah,
They're on the
all
Mount
three
Rushmore.
good. Yes.
Although they're not on Mount
Wait,
Rushmore. But they're on
there's
the,
already 4 presidents
Yeah,
on
that's
Mount
right. Never
Rushmore. Yeah,
mind.
sorry.
Never. Okay, so we're going to continue on this topic. However, Mr. T, you've got another topic for us.
Yes. Now, me and Chris right now have been watching Bad Monkey on the streaming service, Apple
Yes,
Plus
Apple
TV.
TV.
And we've been giving you streaming suggestions for a while. So we want streaming suggestions from you on this hot weekend coming up. I mean, I'm going to watch a little football, a little baseball, but after the baseball, Little League World Series, I need something to watch.
A lot of people, Charity, are going to stay indoors all weekend because it's so hot outside. So we can use some streaming ideas.
Yeah, for sure. And just use that talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app to let us know. I'm always in search of good programming.
Amen.
Yeah.
And no spoilers here, but Mr. T, the end of episode 3 of
Amazing.
Bad Monkey,
Amazing.
a crazy twist.
I had to go back and watch it
Wow.
over again because I thought, did I see what I thought I saw?
Blew my mind.
Good
Mr.
show.
T and
It's a
I,
great show.
Bad Monkey, Apple TV Plus. But
Vince
we-
Vaughn. Vince Vaughn is
Vince
in
Vaughn,
it. Yeah,
yes.
it's really good.
Okay.
It's really good.
We want your streaming recommendations coming up. Randy Beamer in studio in about an hour. He'll be with us from 7 to 9. WOAI News Time, 5:57.
And we're back.
All right. Yeah. Steve Duraco. I sent something to Steve Duraco
Uh-oh.
and to Mr. T.
Oh, okay.
Somebody sent me. It's AI generated. What if Donald Trump did ayahuasca? Now, the kids tell me that ayahuasca is like a brew from the Amazon jungle that these shamans and indigenous people, they drink ayahuasca. It's got the active ingredient is DMT, and so people.
Well, isn't that a hallucinogenic?
The kids say that that's
Okay.
a psychedelic, a hallucinogenic.
So I remember that from
and,
chemistry class.
So anyway, it's on. And if anybody wants the link, I could probably find the link. But it's on Instagram.
Right.
And it's very, very funny. It's a minute and 47. So The Rock has seen it.
I
and
haven't
Mr.
watched it
T
yet.
will see it.
I'm just gonna wait till I get home.
Yes,
Get in the right frame of mind.
it's a minute 47 of high entertainment.
Now, is it as good as him and Elon Musk dancing? Because that was good.
It's close. It's a judgment call. It's a judgment call.
Now I did not know that Donald Trump had moves like that. Now Elon Musk, I knew.
Well, yeah,
Because
but-
we've seen Elon before, but
he's
Trump, my
He's like the
God,
modern day Travolta, Elon Musk. But Trump, I did not know.
I did not know that. You could tell by the way he uses his walk. He's a woman's man, no time at all.
Women laugh. He's been kicked around since he
Since
was
he was
born,
young.
but it's all right. It's okay. He
You
learned to
live
look the other
another
way. And we can't try to understand the New York Times effect on man.
Whether you're a mother, whether you're a brother, you're staying alive.
Staying
alive. Wow. The useless knowledge that is
useless
stored.
crap
That is stored in our brains, Chris.
And I love this one. Albert Einstein did not know his phone number
I know.
because he said, I don't want to take up that
Space with useless,
in my brain.
yeah, with
He
useless
said, I
information.
can look up my phone number. I don't need to know my phone number.
Yeah, he did that.
Wow.
By the way, Albert Einstein got cut from his freshman basketball. Oh, no, that was Michael Jordan. I'm sorry.
Very nice. But
he did flunk history, I think.
But
or something
Albert
like that.
Einstein had a strong move to the hoop.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Power
you get
forward.
him down the paint. Oh, no stopping him, man. It's like he was all hair.
He was unbelievable.
He was unbelievable. Takes me away.
Jacob C. Hernandez, welcome.
All right, everybody, enjoy
Captain
charity.
Ducky, welcome.
Wow, Captain Ducky. The Captain Ducky?
Yes.
All right, here's charity.
6 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Kamala Harris accepts her party's nomination for president, and another child has died in Texas after being left in a hot car. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday. Heat advisory from noon to 9 p.m. Partly cloudy, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 78. Right now, 82 degrees. VP Kamala Harris accepted her party's nomination for president in the final night of the DNC. Fox's Jeff Manasso has recap.
Vice President Kamala Harris accepting the Democratic presidential nomination here inside an electrified United Center, where the party, delegates, and guests are united.
Nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us.
With a theme here on the final night, For Our Future, presenting a vision of a brighter and more hopeful administration, though with a focus on former President Donald Trump. At the DNC in Chicago, Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
On Truth Social, former President Trump posted in real time during the speech questioning why Harris hadn't already accomplished policies she was promising. The mother of one of the 19 children who died during the Robb Elementary mass shooting in Uvalde took the stage to deliver brief remarks last night. Kimberly Motter-Rubio spoke about losing her 10-year-old daughter Lexi over 2 years ago.
We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
Curbing gun violence is among the top issues in the DNC platform. A man who threatened to kill former President Trump in Arizona as he was visiting the border yesterday has been caught. Fox's Aisha Hasni has more.
Former President Trump came out and made his prepared remarks outside without bulletproof glass, but it appears that President Trump actually found out about the manhunt itself through a reporter live on TV.
No, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys.
The Cochise County Sheriff's Department has now confirmed that they have in custody 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servid from Benson, Arizona. He's got some outstanding warrants in the state for a hit and run and a felony failure to register as a sex offender.
And today, Trump will hold another rally in Glendale, Arizona. The Beeville Police Department north of Corpus Christi is investigating after a 9-month-old child was found dead inside a hot car. The child's grandmother contacted police after discovering the baby unresponsive inside the vehicle for nearly 8 hours. This is the third heat-related death of a child in Texas this summer. 2 other children died after being left in hot cars in Corpus Christi and Houston. The Little League World Series is this weekend, and excitement is at a fever pitch in Bernie.
This is like the David versus Goliath type of situation, when you look at some of the sizes of these areas where these other teams are coming from, and then you got little old Bernie.
Bernie Mayor Frank Ritchie says the whole town is rallying around the Bernie All-Stars. Their population's about 20,000, meaning just about everybody has a connection to the team. They play Saturday, and if they win, they'll face off against the international team for the World Championship. San Antonio's proposed new city budget includes increases on fees that would raise nearly $10 million in revenue. The spending plan for the next 2 years proposes increased fees for parking at the Alamodome and the Convention Center, Alamodome tickets, notary services, EMS transport, trash pickup, school zone parking violations, passport photos, and other services. Almost half the new revenue would go into the general fund, which pays for basic services like police, fire, libraries, and street upkeep. The rest will be used for dedicated purposes like the airport or solid waste management. Well, another traffic nightmare is in store for San Antonio drivers this weekend as construction continues on Loop 1604 and I-10 on the city's north side.
TxDOT says the weekend-long closures begin at 9 p.m. tonight. Eastbound and westbound Loop 1604 will be closed along with connecting ramps to I-10. Additionally, TxDOT will close southbound I-35 at eastbound 1604 and northbound I-35 at westbound 1604. Police will be on hand to divert traffic onto the service roads and Pat Booker Road. The closures will be in effect all weekend until 5 a.m. Monday morning. Best bet is to avoid the area if possible. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
UTSA and UT Health are merging into a single institution next year. The UT System Board of Regents announced the merger plans yesterday. The board unanimously elected UTSA President Taylor Amy to be in charge of the new entity, which will have about 4,000 faculty, nearly 16,000 staff, almost 40,000 students, and 1,400 healthcare providers. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. It's a big Friday, lots going on. It's a red Friday. We're all wearing red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. You want to see us wearing red? You go to the YouTube feed. We're on YouTube. Search for 1200 WOAI on YouTube. Randy Beamer will be on that YouTube feed from 7 to 9 this morning. He will be in a studio. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel doing the heavy lifting, running the show technically, flying the Millennium Falcon. Coming up, an Arizona man was arrested for an alleged social media threat to kill former President Donald Trump. We'll hear from the former president and react to that coming right up. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Heat advisory until 9 o'clock tonight. Some sun today, some clouds today, stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs right around 100 degrees tomorrow and on Sunday. Some clouds, otherwise generally sunny. Highs in the upper 90s. 79 degrees in Kerrville, 82 at the Pearl, and 82 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time 610.
It is a cruel summer, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. Coming up, 640, White House correspondent John Decker. What happens now in this presidential race now that the Democratic National Convention ended last night? We'll talk Decision 2024 with John. 648, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. And yesterday, very interesting moment as former President Donald Trump was in Arizona. There was a press conference going on with the former president, and one of the members of the press revealed something to the former president he did not know.
Somebody made death threats to you. Did you hear about that before coming?
No.
What are your thoughts coming down here? Some people told me it's dangerous for you to be here.
I've heard it's dangerous, but I also have a job to do. I heard it's very dangerous. I haven't heard about that. They probably want to keep it from me. Thank you for telling me. Let's get out of here right now.
Very funny a little moment there from the former president. Let's get out of here right now. But interesting there, Charity, and you've been reporting on this throughout the morning, that the former president did not know about this social media threat to kill him.
Yeah, and he was not standing behind bulletproof glass like he has in previous rallies this week. I'm sure that will change when he is due to hold a rally again in Arizona in the Glendale area. But scary. I mean, this comes just 6 weeks after that attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. But this has just been a very volatile election cycle, and it's not just former President Trump. In August, a Virginia man threatened Vice President Kamala Harris's life, and he's facing charges for that. And there was also a New Hampshire man that was arrested in December for threatening to kill a Republican presidential candidates. So it's just a scary all around. Thankfully, they got this guy, 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servid, apparently has a long rap sheet, was wanted for a hit and run, failing to register as a sex offender, among other charges like DUI.
I just wonder why former President Donald Trump wasn't aware of this. I mean, he's got Secret Service with him at all times, and I'm sure they heard about it. Shouldn't they have let him know?
You would think so. Yeah, you wonder who within the chain of command in his campaign, including, as you cite, the Secret Service, you wonder who would have been responsible for telling him about
or
the
should
threat.
they tell him? I mean, it's one of those things where if you tell him, is he on guard? I mean, is that why they did? I just wonder.
I mean, would you want to know if you were the
Yes.
candidate?
God, yes,
Yeah.
I want to know.
So that's a weird little quirk to this story.
Maybe they had this guy zoned in and he was in the process or had already been apprehended. I'm not quite sure on the timeline, but you want to believe there is a logical explanation for not informing the former president. But we don't have a whole lot of confidence in the Secret Service right now.
That's sad because his life is in their hands.
Yeah. And on a certain level, I mean, this guy made a social media post. First of all, what kind of an idiot does that? But secondly, thank you for self-identifying
Thank you.
yourself as a whack nut who is having thoughts about committing a crime like this, so that we can come round you up and hopefully lock him up and throw away the key. I think there needs to be, we talk about this not only for a high-profile assassination attempt like this, in this case, in the planning stages, Charity, but whenever there's a mass shooting, we always speculate and we find out pretty quickly, was there indications of this on social media? I think all social media companies have to have mechanisms in place, algorithms, whatever it takes, to find any threats like this, threats of violence, certainly that someone makes toward a public official, but any acts of violence at all that we can better track when some of these things might happen and hopefully prevent them.
Agreed. And I wonder if it was a fellow user of social media that alerted local police, or maybe it was this social media platform that flagged this comment and alerted authorities. We'll find out.
Lots coming at you. I mentioned White House correspondent John Decker at 6:40. More from you coming up in just a few minutes. Couple of questions for you. Who was the greatest presidential orator of all time? Certainly in your lifetime. And we're looking for weekend streaming recommendations from you as well. WOAI News Time, 6:16.
And we're back.
Andrew Zimmel, everybody. Well, I'd rather not toss it to you.
I'll throw it.
I will hand it.
I'll throw it. We need to get EJ in here so we can get a picture of his Hezbollah hoodie on the online. Yeah, send him in.
We need the wide angle. Yeah. Okay.
People online want to see his.
Or actually,
Hezbollah hoodie.
if he stands here, they can actually tell him not to go wide angle.
Yeah, just have him stand there.
You can't see it as well. But
yeah, don't go to wide angle, Chris. Or you're Chris.
I'll
right?
have him
He's
stand
Andrew.
here. Yeah,
don't go to wide angle. Just leave it there. He's going to stand right there.
Yeah, they can see it better.
Stand right there.
Now you tell me, is this a Hezbollah? Wait, he's at the wide angle.
Oh no, can you take it off the wide angle?
Which two? Can you tell him?
There you go.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay, now explain that. Explain
Is
that.
Arabic, and does that say Hezbollah? Hezbollah.
It's not Hezbollah. It's Hella, right? So it's Greek. Shout out to my friend Keith. He has his own little business going on. So this is the greatest impact on Earth. It's like a crater in Mars. That's what it is. So we're not supporting terrorists.
Okay.
We're supporting something in Mars.
We don't know if your friend is a terrorist or not because we've never met him. So yeah. Yeah. There you go. There's the Hezbollah hoodie, everybody.
Yeah, kudos for wearing red.
Yes, thank you.
Right there. So yes, there's that.
That's EJ, everybody.
EJ Pacheco,
EJ.
everybody. And
EJ the
ladies,
DJ.
He's available. We can hook you up.
Oh, great. Now they're just blowing up.
Sure looked like Hezbollah to me.
Poker face from our truck driver in Pennsylvania. That's pretty good, actually. I like it. I like it a little bit. Want some more of it. Anybody have anything to say about the Hezbollah hoodie?
Oh, let's see. A hack with a hack.
I know. It's Charity Camera Shy Echo 5 Hotel wants to know. And Captain Ducky, it's going to be a nice city when they finish it. Brown is the new green.
Trevin, did anyone see J.D. Vance trying to not be weird at a donut shop yesterday? Very awkward. I did not see that.
She doesn't want to be in camera, so let's point the camera at her.
Right.
Yeah. You are correct, Travis. It will not be in our lifetimes when they finish this city. Have a great day. Happy Friday and Friday Luya to you, I should say. Have a good one, Captain Ducky.
Captain Ducky, thanks for checking in. Tell Rubber Ducky we said hello. If Captain Ducky is wearing rubbers,
Who's
does
Captain
he become
Rubber Ducky?
Rubber Captain Ducky?
Or Captain Rubber Ducky?
Yeah.
I think it'll be Captain Rubber Ducky.
And is his middle name Captain R. Ducky?
Ooh, I like that. But what happens if he gets a promotion and he's Admiral Ducky?
He could be
Admiral Rubber Ducky.
Major, yeah.
Major, Admiral, Captain, Major, Captain. Favorite morning meal? Is this
breakfast tacos?
Is this a weekend or is this during the week?
How can the answer be anything other than breakfast tacos?
True. Breakfast tacos and mimosas.
Yes. How many do you have? A bunch?
Got enough.
Yeah, because we're already at 21-ish.
Yeah, I got as many as we want to
Okay,
play. Let's put it that way.
Coming up, we hear from you, the people, on the greatest presidential orator ever and your streaming recommendations for the weekend. But first, Charity, what stories are you following?
With the DNC and the books, Donald Trump will campaign in Arizona today with a special guest that's expected to be Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The FDA has approved this season's updated Moderna and Pfizer COVID vaccines, and the new city budget includes increases on fees for pretty much everything, including parking and trash pickup. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Heat advisory till 9 o'clock. Hot today. A stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs right around 100, 101. Tomorrow and Sunday, 99 for a high both days, and you may see a few clouds. 79 degrees in New Braunfels, Texas. 82 in Alamo Heights, and 82 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 622.
Hot child in the city. It is it's a red hot playlist.
A red hot, because we're all wearing red. It's a
red
hot playlist.
on
There
a
you
red
go.
Randy Beamer Friday.
Wow.
Randy Beamer joins us at 7. He'll be with us from 7 to 9. White House correspondent John Decker at 6:40. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. But now it's you. It's the people. Mr. T, we've been asking him this morning a couple of questions. Who was the best presidential orator of all time? Well, actually, in your lifetime is the way we ask the question.
Yeah, that's better.
Best
yeah.
presidential orator in your lifetime. And we're looking for streaming recommendations for the weekend.
Yeah, let's get right to it.
Hey, good morning, guys. Craig from Divine. The best presidential speech, I want to say, was Bill Clinton. Because to this very day, I still believe every word he said when he told America, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Thank you. Have a good one.
He was master of the lower lip bite.
Yes, he
too.
was.
That, point at you, that John F. Kennedy ATM card move.
Yes.
With the lower lip bite. Bill was really good at that.
Very good at that.
And
Right.
he had the sunglasses and saxophone too.
And he could play.
MTV
Arsenio.
appearances.
And
yeah.
he could play. He could play.
Uh-huh.
And Greg just checked back in with a streaming suggestion.
Hey, guys. Greg from Divine again. If you want to stream something, a show called The Lioness, it's really good. You can watch it on either Hulu or Paramount. But yeah, it's season 1, only 10 episodes. Yeah, it's a good watch. A lot of action. Y'all enjoy it.
Okay.
The Lioness.
All right, I'm writing it down.
I will
Okay.
check that out.
All right. Here we go. Here's Tab Master.
Good morning, WOI crew. Tab Master here, rocking it on a Red Friday. While I've never been much on any political speech from anyone, you never know what you're being told, if it's the truth or not. But I guess I'll have to choose Ronald Reagan. He delivered a lot of good speeches and warned us about our own government. Go figure. Hey, you're going to get bad actors or good actors? You never know. Y'all have a great day and have a great weekend.
That's a good one.
Yeah, very good. And that was Charity's choice, Ronald Reagan. Hard to top the great communicator. Coming up, White House correspondent John Decker. Before that, Charity has everything you need to know, all the big stories on this Red Friday morning. WOAI News Time, 6:25.
Okay.
Jim
And we're
Ross, Trump
back.
is life. Trump is life. Woo!
So Tracy Bogart's back.
Whatever happened to Tracy
He's
Bogart?
coming under different names
It might
now.
be. Yeah. Tracy Bogart, the chairman of the Bear County MAGA Republican.
I still get messages from him on
I do too.
Instagram.
I don't. He did not like the way he was treated on YouTube. You guys weren't nice to him.
I can't believe that. Shocking.
I'm looking at you, Tim. And
Me?
Travis. No, not
Oh.
you. Louis.
The other Tim.
The other Tim.
Okay.
Tim from the Philippines.
Morgan Freeman, President Tim Beck. That's a good one, Trevin.
That's a good one someday.
Yeah. Best-
Actor president.
There you go.
Portrayal of a president.
Ooh, that's a tough one, man.
Ooh, yeah. Who was it? Independence Day?
I was just thinking the same thing. Paxton or Paxton?
I think it was Paxton.
Yeah. It was Paxton or the other guy?
The other guy.
I always get them confused.
Harrison Ford on Air Force One.
Very good.
Pretty damn good.
Very good.
Henry Fonda in Fail Safe.
Yeah.
Going way back to
All right.
1962.
Jamie Foxx in White House Down. That was not bad.
Yes. All right, we got to do that one.
That's a
before
good
the
one.
Election.
Yeah, definitely
Best
for the election.
actor president ever.
Smart move there, Travis.
A lot of people would like Martin Sheen in the
Yeah,
West Wing.
yeah, he was good. He was good.
Could even be a bracket. We could like get a bunch of them and we could
Ooh.
narrow it down to. Then it'll be
Ooh.
like down to a final. Martin Sheen versus.
Oh, I like
whoever.
that. I like that. I like it. I love it. I would like some more of it.
We are 30 minutes away from Randy Beamer. People,
People,
get ready.
people get
know you love him.
ready.
And it's a double eye candy Friday. Randy Beamer and Charity.
You don't really, yeah, you don't run across that a lot.
No. Double your pleasure.
Double your fun.
We're sponsored by Double Mint Gum today. The stream
That's
is
it.
sponsored by Double. Wonder if they still make Double Mint.
You
gum.
know, it's a great question.
Remember
Great
the two girls
question.
on the twin
Yes.
girls on the horses? when they were
Yes.
kids?
Yes.
They play tennis.
Yes. I do remember that. And I can't remember the name of the gum that had the liquid inside of it.
Oh yes, God.
Freshen up.
Freshen up. Yeah.
Yeah. That was just weird,
Yeah.
man.
And we had a name for it.
Yes,
as you
we
know.
did too. Yes, we did too.
It rhymed with gum.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
I have not thought of that in 30 years. I have not thought of that in 30 years.
It's still being made according to Travis, smartest
Wow.
man I know. Do you remember the freshen up though, Travis?
Yeah.
With the liquid center. We used to call it, yeah.
Rhymes with gum.
Man. Wow.
They should, because and when that broke, I was in California at the time.
Yeah.
You were in Texas. and
Yes.
It had the same nickname.
Oh yeah. Oh
they,
yeah.
They should have just gone with it. They should have
Dude,
gone
they
with-
would have sold a hell of a lot more.
done that in the commercial.
They would have sold a
Yeah.
hell of a lot more.
Exactly. You've got something catchy, run with it.
Well, it rhymes with gum.
Yeah.
It was like gum, but the
Yeah.
first gum was not gum. That's weird how you were across the country and it had the same name.
Yes.
That's
That was
that's
it.
bizarre.
Hey, you want some blank gum?
Tidal.
Sure.
I never heard of tidal wave gum.
No.
Wow. You want to let them listen to Charity? Yeah.
Yes.
Here comes Charity, everybody.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Kamala Harris accepts her party's nomination for president and get ready for another round of traffic headaches this weekend. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday. Heat advisory from noon to 9. Sunny, a high near 100. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Right now, 82 degrees. Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris wrapped up the DNC with her keynote address. Fox's Jeff Manasso has more on Decision 2024.
It was the culmination of the last 4 nights hearing from the Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris.
I accept your nomination to be president of the United States of America.
The DNC, a star-studded event that began with Democrats essentially saying thank you and bidding goodbye to President Joe Biden. The theme last night, For Our Future, as Harris laid out an agenda of a brighter and more hopeful America.
A chance to chart a new way forward.
And while the overall vibe here has been about joy, there was hope for many that Harris would finally get to policy and exactly how she plans to fix the economy over a month since the presidential ticket handoff. At the DNC in Chicago, Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
U.S. Rep. Colin Allred of Dallas urges fellow Democrats to support Harris in her bid for the White House while giving a brief speech last night.
You know, in the NFL, we had a term for guys like Donald Trump and my opponent, Ted Cruz. Me guys. You know the type. Talk a big game, only care about themselves, but you don't want to be stuck with them at a barbecue.
And with the backdrop of the southern border, former President Trump focused on a top campaign issue yesterday. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Former President Trump shook hands with law enforcement while laying blame at Democrats' feet for illegal immigration. He plans to push border security as one of the differences that could tip the election in his favor. As he put it, standing by a stretch of wall in Montezuma Pass, Arizona.
The choice is simple. Kamala's mass amnesty of criminals or President Trump's mass deportation of criminals.
Democrats continue to say it was the former president who urged Republicans not to pass a bipartisan border security bill so he could use it as a campaign issue. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Arizona law enforcement has arrested a man who allegedly threatened to kill Trump with a post on social media. 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servid was taken into custody without incident. He was wanted for failing to register as a sex offender. Servid has outstanding warrants from the state of Wisconsin for DUI, as well as Arizona for a hit and run and felony failure to register as a sex offender. Trump will be in Arizona again today for a rally. There is speculation that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be Trump's special guest and will endorse Trump for president. And for the second time this week in Texas, a baby has been found dead in a hot car. Here's Fox's Jill Nato.
A grandmother north of Corpus Christi in the small town of Beeville, Texas, may be facing a homicide charge after leaving a 9-month-old child in a hot car for nearly 8 hours Wednesday. In Corpus Christi, Hilda Ann Adame has been arrested for the death of her nearly 2-year-old child Tuesday. She claims she forgot the child was in the hot car while she went off to work. She's facing charges of endangerment to a child, abandonment, and more. The child was strapped in the car from 8 in the morning until about 1:30 in the afternoon. The Corpus Christi region's been under heat advisories all this week. Jill Nato, Fox News.
Bexar County employees may be in for a pay raise next year. County commissioners approved a 3% pay increase. A 5% raise only for elected county officials was originally on the table, but Commissioner Grant Moody proposed a 3% hike for elected officials that would match the cost of living adjustment for all other county workers that was already part of the proposed 2024-25 county budget. County commissioners take a final vote on next year's budget September 10th. The Little League World Series is this weekend, and excitement is at a fever pitch in Bernie.
This is like the David versus Goliath type of situation. You know, when you look at some of the sizes of these areas where these other teams are coming from, and then you got little old Bernie.
Bernie Mayor Frank Ritchie says the whole town is rallying around the Bernie All-Stars. Their population is only about 20,000, meaning just about everybody has a connection to the team. They play tomorrow, and if they win, they'll face off against the international team for the World Championship. Another weekend-long traffic closure is coming tonight at Loop 1604 I-10 interchange. Starting at 9 o'clock tonight, eastbound and westbound lanes of Loop 1604 will be closed, as well as connecting ramps. I-35 will experience a full route closure northbound to westbound 1604 and southbound to eastbound 1604. Traffic will be diverted by police onto the service roads and Pat Booker Road. The lanes will be reopened by 5 a.m. Monday morning. Well, University of Texas System Board of Regents have announced a huge merger of two of its schools starting next year.
University of Texas San Antonio and UT Health San Antonio will become one in a deal approved yesterday by the System Board of Regents. UTSA President Tyler Amy was elected by Regents to be president of the new university. The newly combined institutions will become the third largest research university in the state. Chairman Kevin Eltief said, quote, "By bringing together all of their complementary and unique strengths, we will give Texans access to the best education, discoveries, and healthcare imaginable while accelerating the university's trajectory as a top U.S. and global university," unquote. Eric Lycom, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The FDA is approving this season's updated Moderna and Pfizer COVID vaccines. They're designed to target the KP2 strain and are approved for those 12 years and older. Moderna's CEO says COVID remains a significant health risk, and the shot is one of the best ways for people to be protected and prevent severe illness. Two new movies releasing in theaters this weekend are both expected to get off to a slow start. Zoe Kravitz's Blink Twice, starring Channing Tatum, is projected to make between $7 and $8 million in its debut. Meanwhile, a reboot of The Crow, starring Bill Skarsgård, is expected to bring in between $6 and $9 million in its first weekend. Both films will find it hard to crack the top three, as Alien, Romulus, and Deadpool and Wolverine are expected to battle it out for first place. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money in the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. That's Mr. T. Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming up at 6:48. But a huge part of our Decision 2024 coverage is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. John, we were talking yesterday about Kamala Harris's acceptance speech, and the pressure on her to deliver a very good one. You've been covering speeches of presidents and presidential candidates dating back to the Clinton administration. From your perspective, how did she do last night?
Oh, I think that she did very well. I think it was a solid acceptance speech that she delivered. Very measured. That is a good way to describe it. It wasn't fiery. It was measured. Some might call it presidential. And I think that was what she needed to get across to those who are uncertain about her and whether or not she can be commander in chief. You saw all the run up to her acceptance speech, the individuals advocating for her who have had connections to our nation's national security, individuals who've served in the military, who've served as Secretary of Defense, advocating for her. And I think it's always up to individual voters whether or not that threshold has been met. But certainly Democrats did everything they could over the course of the 4 days, 4 nights of the convention to show that Kamala Harris, the vice president, is indeed ready for the job, ready for a promotion, if indeed voters give her that chance.
And John, when comparing Kamala Harris to President Biden, she has youth going for her, strength. So the question becomes whether those qualities alone can keep this race as close as it is.
Well, that's right. We don't know what the impact will be post-convention. Sometimes there is a post-convention bounce. I don't think that there are enough undecided voters out there to give a discernible bounce to the vice president. We'll have to wait and see. I think that if anything, the race remains where it is, static, until the next big event on the calendar. And that next big event that we know of is the September 10th debate, which will occur in Philadelphia. That is one of those events which could also have an impact on the direction of this presidential campaign.
So what is Donald Trump's strategy now in the weeks ahead? Is he going to keep up the schedule that he's been on? Because I don't know about you, John, but it sounds like he's a little tired.
Well, look, there is a difference in age of 20 years. He's 78 years old. When we all get older, we can't do the same things that we were doing years earlier. That may be the case with Donald Trump. I'm always impressed by his energy. I really am, having covered him for all 4 years of his presidency. But he needs to keep it up. He needs to keep up the kind of schedule that we saw this week. This week, he was on the road every day this week in every battleground state, which will factor in the 2024 election. Pennsylvania on Monday of this week, and he wraps things up today in Las Vegas, Nevada. And look, I think tomorrow, I should say, in Las Vegas, Nevada. And he has potentially this event today with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., in which Robert F. Kennedy Jr., third-party candidate, it's been reported will endorse Donald Trump in his quest to be president once again.
John, of course, the big night last night for Kamala Harris, but I was looking at a Fox News graphic this morning when they were interviewing an analyst, and the graphic was Kamala Harris still hasn't given a sit-down interview to any meaningful press organization. Yes, great speech last night, read from a teleprompter. How important is it for her now to speak with the press more and give more interviews?
Oh, I think she needs to do that. We've spoken about this over the course of the past few weeks. She has promised that she would do exactly what you described, a sit-down interview before the end of this month. And that means 1 week from today is the end of the month. So we'll see if the vice president keeps to that promise. I would imagine she will. And I've also made the point, it's a great opportunity for her. It's an opportunity in the sense, obviously, you can get your message out through the course of an interview, but it's practicing your answers that you may give during the course of that debate, which is going to happen in a few weeks in Philadelphia. So that's one of the advantages. She hasn't done a debate in quite some time. You'd have to go back to 2019 to see the last time that she was involved in a presidential debate of any kind. That was during the Democratic primaries. So she, I'm told, has been practicing, preparing. And, she's a person, look, we've seen it. When she puts the effort in anything that she has before her, as it relates to being a candidate now, the Democratic presidential nominee, she's throwing a no-hitter so far. And maybe they being her campaign, don't want to spoil it by a sit-down interview. But that's an important threshold also for voters to see the candidates answer the tough questions coming from reporters and spell out their positions going forward if they're elected president in November.
So we do get that interview with Kamala Harris next week. John, do you think she has enough momentum on her side to recover should she stumble in that interview?
Oh, absolutely. But, in the sense that there's still 2 months to go until the election, and that being said, that's the problem here. The problem here is that we're talking about hypotheticals. Just do the interview. Just get it out of the way. I don't know. It's such a buildup to an interview. I've never seen this kind of thing before. Just doing an interview. We saw Donald Trump last week doing an hour-long press conference. The week prior to that, doing another hour-long press conference. Nothing wrong with doing those things. And, I think it's beneficial to the campaign. You own a news cycle if you do one of those types of events. That's what Donald Trump did last week and what he did the week before.
Our thanks to White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming right up. WOAI News Time, 646.
Hi, people.
Randy Beamer is on his way in.
We think.
That will make this a double eye candy Friday. Even though you're looking at chopped liver right now.
Yeah.
Charity McCurdy and Randy Beamer. Sponsored by Doublemint Gum. Here we go again.
So you remember Freshen Up Gum?
Remember that name people used to call it?
Yes, I do. And according to Travis, I cannot believe that was on the market till 2019. That's wild.
Wow.
Wild, wacky stuff.
I did not know that. Hi-oh. I know, Travis. I'm not the director.
Yeah, it's Andrew Zimmel at iHeartMedia.com.
Yes.
That's the traditional spelling of Zimmel.
Like Jimmy Kimmel, but Andrew Zimmel.
Exactly.
$25 right now. Welcome in all 25 of you.
Name them.
Travis, Rooster, Echo, Trevin, Echo 5 Hotel.
M1A1 Abraham.
Tim,
Jacob C. Hernandez.
Jacob. John, Paul, George, Ringo. Davey, Mickey, Peter.
Okay. Oh, damn it. Got blocked.
It was blocked. Funny, he's at Tour de France. To hear
it's
Charlie
France.
Parker say France. I was thinking France.
That's where I went.
Yeah.
I didn't go to France.
No.
I went to France. And we're back. Oh, look at that. Those things are a trip, man.
Yeah.
We used to see them when I lived in Key West.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they used to freak me out as a little kid. And
I
we lived on
imagine.
a little island that was the Naval Air Station.
Yeah.
And man, they would show up, and I was literally scared of them, man. My dad would say, "No, it's no big deal." I'm like, well, but there's water going up in the sky. It's a big deal. Also, my dad got lost at sea. They went fishing.
Oh my God.
And their boat had a malfunction, and they almost ended up in Cuba. And they
Might not
finally
have ended well.
No, all of them were Air Force guys too, because we lived on the Naval Air Station. Finally, after 3 days, they were found.
Holy crap.
Yeah, Coast Guard found them after 3 days. My dad said it was the worst 3 days.
I would imagine.
Man. They were rationing the water. And I mean, yeah, he said it was scary as hell. You mean the Country Quencher, Travis? That was the apple wine was Country Quencher. It's sad that I know that. So sad that I know that. The gum with Country Quencher in it. Okay.
Okay, so 58:30
to Jenny James.
Jenny James.
Weekend happenings with Jenny James from Q1019.
My God, this is the War and Peace version.
That's War and Peace?
Yeah.
Really? Which one's which? You know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, here comes Charity.
Vice President Kamala Harris is now officially the Democratic nominee for president. Arizona law enforcement has arrested a man who allegedly threatened to kill former President Trump. And for the second time this week and the third time this summer in Texas, a child has died after being left in a hot car. We'll have details coming up right now, traffic and weather.
Heat advisory till 9 o'clock tonight. Sunny and hot today. Partly cloudy and hot, I should say. Stray shower thunderstorm is possible. Highs right around 100. Tomorrow and Sunday, few clouds. Otherwise, generally sunny and hot. Highs in the upper 90s. 79 in Kerrville. 78 in New Braunfels. And 82 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:56.
Heat of the moment will continue throughout the day with this heat wave. San Antonio's first news, Randy Beamer will join us in the 7 o'clock hour. He'll be in studio from 7 to 9. In the meantime, we've been asking you this morning, who was the greatest presidential orator in your lifetime? And do you have any streaming recommendations for us? Mr. T, what do we got?
Let's go to Tuesday.
Good morning, WOAI News Crews. This is Tuesday. I do agree that Obama is an excellent speaker. However, I do not like his policies. And yes, I wear red on Red Hot Friday. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, Tuesday wearing red today like we are.
Yeah, yeah, on a
Very,
Red Hot
very nice.
Friday. Pennsylvania truck driver checking back in with a streaming suggestion.
Good morning, guys. This is your Pennsylvania truck driver, DJ, once again. For streaming ideas, the wife and I would recommend Poker Face. We really enjoyed that series. They're getting ready to film season 2. You can find it on Peacock. That'll be a good way to fill up your weekend in order for you to stay cool. And I hate to say this, but it's really cool up here in Pennsylvania. It's 55 degrees, so I'll be thinking about y'all. But y'all get to enjoy your Tex-Mex, Bluebell, and Whataburger. So y'all do have an advantage. Have a good day.
55 degrees in Pennsylvania.
Man.
On August 23rd.
Man, what's that like?
That is
We still have scoreboard on him, though, because of all those things he listed. So,
Tex-Mex,
yeah.
Bluebell.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade them. I wouldn't trade them those
either.
things
I
for.
wouldn't either. I love summer, but
Yeah.
come on.
All right, Randy Beamer on his way in right now. Speaking of the weekend, let's get a weekend preview from Jenny James from Q1019.
Song Blazers, which is a Cirque show, a journey into country music, is at the Majestic Theater through Sunday. Future and Metro Boomin, the We Trust You tours at Frostbank Center tonight. There is a free Festival of India at La Vita happening on Saturday. And this is a very family-friendly event. Culinaria's Restaurant Weeks running through Saturday. Great idea if you don't want to cook dinner. You can see The Wiz this weekend at the Wonder Theater. SAC and the San Antonio River Foundation having a special Chicken X Month celebration Saturday night at Brazos Pocket Park. It starts at 5:30 for the unveiling of a new installation called Lightbox. It's free. And don't forget to watch the Bernie All-Stars as they play in the U.S. Championship of the Little League World Series on Saturday. Game time at 2:30 on ESPN. I'm Jenny James from Q1019 for News Radio 1200 WOAI.
To 7 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Kamala Harris accepts her party's nomination for president, and another child has died after being left in a hot car. We'll have details, first traffic, and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday. Heat advisory from noon to 9 o'clock tonight. Sunny, could see a stray shower, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 78. Right now, 82 degrees. VP Kamala Harris accepted her party's nomination for president on the final night of the DNC. Fox's Jeff Manasso has a recap.
Vice President Kamala Harris accepting the Democratic presidential nomination here inside an electrified United Center, where the party, delegates, and guests are united.
Nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another. Look out for one another and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us.
With a theme here on the final night, For Our Future, presenting a vision of a brighter and more hopeful administration, though with a focus on former President Donald Trump. At the DNC in Chicago, Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
And former President Trump reacted to Harris's speech with Fox News.
She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining about. It was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking. She didn't talk about crime.
On True Social, Trump also posted in real time during Harris's speech. The mother of one of the 19 children who died during the Robb Elementary mass shooting in Uvalde took the stage to deliver brief remarks on the final night of the DNC. Kimberly Motta-Rubio spoke about losing her 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, over 2 years ago.
We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
Curbing gun violence was among the top issues in the DNC platform. A man who threatened to kill former President Trump in Arizona as he was visiting the border yesterday has been caught. Here's Fox's Aisha Hasni.
Former President Trump came out and made his prepared remarks outside without bulletproof glass, but it appears that President Trump actually found out about the manhunt itself through a reporter live on TV.
No, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys.
The Cochise County Sheriff's Department has now confirmed that they have in custody 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servid from Benson, Arizona. He's got some outstanding warrants in the state for a hit and run and a felony failure to register as a sex offender.
And today, Trump will hold another rally in Arizona, this time in Glendale, with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. expected to attend, giving his endorsement to Trump. The Beeville Police Department north of Corpus Christi is investigating after a 9-month-old child was found dead inside a hot car. The child's grandmother contacted police after discovering the baby unresponsive inside the vehicle after nearly 8 hours. It's the third heat-related death of a child in Texas this summer. 2 other children died after being left in hot cars in Corpus Christi and Houston. The Little League World Series is this weekend, and excitement is at a fever pitch in Bernie.
This is like the David versus Goliath type of situation. You know, when you look at some of the sizes of these areas where these other teams are coming from, and then you got little old Bernie.
Bernie Mayor Frank Ritchie says the whole town is rallying around the Bernie All-Stars. Their population's only about 20,000, meaning just about everybody has a connection to the team. They play tomorrow, and if they win, they'll face off against the international team for the World Championship. San Antonio's proposed new city budget includes increases on fees that would raise nearly $10 million in revenue. The spending plan for the next 2 years proposes increased fees for parking at the Alamo Dome and Convention Center, Alamo Dome tickets, notary services, EMS transport, trash pickup, school zone parking violations, passport photos, and other services. Almost half the new revenue would go into the general fund, which pays for basic services like police, fire, libraries, and street upkeep. The rest will be used for dedicated purposes like the airport or solid waste management. Another traffic nightmare is in store for San Antonio drivers this weekend as construction continues on Loop 1604 and I-10 on the city's north side.
TxDOT says the weekend-long closures begin at 9 p.m. tonight. Eastbound and westbound Loop 1604 will be closed along with connecting ramps to I-10. Additionally, TxDOT will close southbound I-35 at eastbound 1604 and northbound I-35 at westbound 1604. Police will be on hand to divert traffic onto the service roads and Pat Booker Road. The closures will be in effect all weekend until 5 a.m. Monday morning. Best bet is to avoid the area if possible. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
UTSA and UT Health are merging into a single institution next year. The UT System Board of Regents announced the merger plans yesterday. The board unanimously elected UTSA President Taylor Amy to be in charge of the new entity, which will have about 4,000 faculty, nearly 16,000 staff, almost 40,000 students, and 1,400 healthcare providers. It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. Randy Beamer is in studio. We will speak with him in a moment. Also coming up, a segment called Wait Till You Hear This. We will hear Donald Trump's reaction to Kamala Harris's acceptance speech last night. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Heat advisory until 9 o'clock tonight. Stray shower, thunderstorm possible today. Highs right around 100 tomorrow and on Sunday. A few clouds, otherwise generally sunny and hot. Highs in the upper 90s. It is 82 degrees in Leon Valley, 82 at the Snake Farm, and 82 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:09.
Summertime blues roll on. It is a playlist Friday. We're playing red hot tunes about heat and a hot. It's a red Friday, so we're wearing red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. And it's a Friday with Beamer. He is in studio, the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, the most trusted man in San Antonio, Randy Beamer.
Thank you, Chris.
Try talking in that one now.
Once again.
I don't know where his mic is not working.
Is his mic not working?
Try it again.
Testing one,
All right,
two, three.
There we go. There's the voice.
Thank you.
Count
For a
down the
minute
mic.
there, I thought we were having mics supplied by KSAT. But I want to tell you, yes,
no,
sir.
you didn't.
Well,
No.
apparently I can't count to 5 because you're on the 5.
Well, I used to work at Channel 5.
and Channel 4 also,
And
because I
Channel
had
4.
that one too, and that
And
wasn't
now
working.
Channel 9. I also worked at another Channel 9 and a Channel 13 and a Channel 8.
Wow.
Are those your lottery numbers?
They should be.
They should be now.
Very nice. Well, Randy, as you know, every weekday morning at this time, we do a segment called Wait Till You Hear This. And in a moment, we're going to hear from you how you thought Kamala Harris did last night with her acceptance speech. But let's find out what Donald Trump thought about it, because he called into Fox News last night right after the acceptance speech, and he spoke with Brett Baer. Let's listen.
Well, the biggest reaction is, why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything, but she didn't do any of it. She could have done it 3.5 years ago. She could do it tonight by leaving the auditorium and going to Washington, D.C. and closing the border. She doesn't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border and created the safest border we've ever had in the history of our country. She could have done all of these things, and she could still do them. She's got 4.5, 5 months left. She can go there right now. She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining about. It was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking. She didn't talk about crime. She didn't talk about 70% of our people are living in poverty. She didn't talk about housing, really. The trade deficit. She didn't talk about child trafficking that she's allowed to happen because she was the border czar and she presided over the weakest border in the history of our country. It's an invasion. I was there today, as you know, Brett. It's an invasion of our country taking place at our border, our southern border. It's a total invasion. And now it's starting at our northern border also, through Canada. And she didn't talk about any of that.
Former President Donald Trump last night calling into Fox News to react to Kamala Harris's acceptance speech. Randy Beamer, let's start with the speech itself. You've been to many conventions, many political conventions over the years.
Way too many.
And you've covered presidents and presidential candidates over the years. How was that speech for you?
As a speech, I would rate it as one of the top speeches. Of course, the speeches themselves are written by, committee, and they're very well written. And if you stay on them, they are usually very well read. What was interesting to me was looking at the numbers. By the numbers, Donald Trump's acceptance speeches, and he's had now 3, or the 3 longest in history. The one we had this year, 92 minutes, the 70 and 75, the others. And I believe Kamala's was at, 32 Clinton's was the next longest after Trump, and then George W. Bush actually had a long one. It was about an hour. But hers, I think, was the right time. And I also think it's interesting when you hear some of the same phrases. And one of the things that stuck out to me was when Trump, a lot of people said he should have ended after the line, "I want to be president for all Americans." She said at one point, "I want to be president for all Americans." And so these lines that echo through both, whether or not they get into policy. But anyway, I thought it was fascinating, and I think it did what it had to do. I think the Trump, the Republican convention might have ended better had he ended his earlier, because a lot of people didn't like that last hour. She ended it, I think, in time. So whether she gets the bounce, that'll be seen. But now she has to answer all the questions from the media that we've been waiting for.
Yeah. And, Randy, we heard Kamala Harris mention Trump several times in her speech. We didn't hear much of her mentioning President Biden. I think she did maybe once. Do you think that's significant in itself as she tries to define herself as a presidential candidate?
I think it is. I think that's one of those things why they put him on Monday. Thank you, Joe. She did a thank you, Joe. We're not looking back. You don't want to spend too much time on him. They will do that, especially if she wins, but you don't want to highlight the guy that Donald Trump says was pushed out and maybe a little bitter.
Randy Beamer with us. We're going to go to Mike Opelka coming up from the Pure Opelka podcast. Randy's with us till 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around. WOAI News Time 7:15. Randy Beamer in studio with us until 9 o'clock this morning. Mike Opelka, moments away. What did he think of Kamala Harris's acceptance speech last night? We're about to find out. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, Vice President Kamala Harris formally accepted the nomination last night to wrap up the Democratic National Convention. The mother of a child murdered by a gunman in Uvalde was also in the spotlight last night. A major merger is taking place with UTSA and UT Health, set to become a single institution next year. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Heat advisory until 9 o'clock tonight. Today, some clouds, some sun, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs right around 100 degrees. Tomorrow and Sunday, few clouds, otherwise generally sunny and hot. Highs in the upper 90s. It is 82 degrees at the Snake Farm and 82 in Von Ormy and 82 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:20. You hear that music, you know it's time for our daily visit with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. First things first, Mike, Friday-luya to you.
Oh, Friday-luya. Farewell to the DNC, to you too. Thank you.
Do I hear a bounce yet? Mike, do you think that's going to give the Democrats a bounce, or are there enough undecideds to make a difference? Or did it get out the maybe unmotivateds?
This is what I love about the Beaminator. He just goes right for the throat. Right. So is there a bounce?
Is there a bounce?
I'm glad you're there, Randy. You keep things moving.
Next question.
The bounce we've kind of seen all week. You know, we've seen it all week. And I think this is the highest her polling is going to be in the next round. So Sunday's morning shows, you will see the highest polling numbers released, and then it becomes the fight. And who will ultimately win this election will depend on who fights better after Sunday.
Mm-hmm. And Mike, if you believe the polls, there's one that shows Kamala Harris could turn Texas blue. Do you think that's possible?
No, I really don't. And, you know, we heard this week, Charity, that there were over 1 million illegals registered in the state of Texas. They went and looked at that. That has not been done. So unless that happens, I don't think there's a case. Now, saying that doesn't mean people like Ted Cruz are still safe. Remember the last time he ran, there were 8 counties, just 8 counties, that if the Democrats flipped, he loses. So watch for this to become more of a down ballot race in the state. I think Trump's got it if he just stays on the path, but it's going to be a real horse race for Senator Cruz.
Mike, I channel surf during these conventions because I want to see how each cable news channel is reacting. I did notice Van Jones on CNN regarded Kamala Harris's speech as muscular patriotism. Did you see muscular patriotism last night?
I did. I actually did. I saw the flexing of the muscular patriotism. We saw it the other night when Michelle Obama came out with the right to bear arms, if you know what I'm saying. And she's always pumped up. But this has kind of been an Orwellian twist in what we saw this week. You know, the last time the Democrats had the convention with Hillary Clinton, well, back in 2016, they had to run to find flags because somebody forgot to bring them. Now there isn't a flag for sale in the Chicagoland area because they were all inside the United Center. And I've never heard more national anthems or seen more flags waving from the people who always wondered, do we kneel now or what? So, yeah, this was a really interesting shift by the Dems to try and grab the patriot mantle.
All right, Mike, RFK Jr. is supposedly dropping out of the race today. Will it matter?
Yeah, of course it will. Of course it will, especially in swing states, but it will matter more if he endorses. And we talked about this before. Cheryl Hines ain't letting him endorse Donald Trump. That is not happening. So curb your enthusiasm, if you will, for a Trump endorsement out of RFK Jr.
Seemed like they really wanted to go after this, with the flags. We're centrist. The other side, they're not the demons. We tried to bring people together. Do you think that's going to resonate with
It resonates with the base, Randy, and that is what conventions do. Now, getting the independent voters in there, that's yet to be seen. I think the Democrats are banking on independents who are only focused on abortion. Because if you look at the numbers based on the economy, safety, and security and the border, that all tilts towards the Republicans or towards Donald Trump. But that very emotional single issue voter could be important to the independent vote.
All right, Mike, we got a week left in August. Are you expecting an announcement soon for this Kamala Harris sit-down interview?
I heard there was going to be an August 30th or 31st interview that she had granted to somebody. So that is all I've heard. I haven't heard who it will be, but last day of the month, because they made that promise and they have to live up to it. Meanwhile, Donald Trump was on the phone last night after she finished calling everybody he could. He called Gutfeld live on his cell phone. It was crazy. So one candidate is oversaturating and the other is avoiding at an Olympic level.
Well, and you pointed this out to us yesterday and a few times, Mike. Kamala Harris, very good when there's a teleprompter in a sit-down interview and perhaps even in a debate. The jury is still out. If that sit-down interview that Charity alluded to happens anytime soon, what do you expect?
If it's not broadcast in its entirety and it's with a mainstream media buddy, it's going to be polished. But if they allow us to see the entire thing and she doesn't have the questions ahead of time, which would surprise me, I think we have the opportunity for word salads. And, I'm all in for that.
It'll be interesting. You can get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. More coming up with Randy Beamer in studio, and at 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill on what we expect from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Is he dropping out, and will he endorse former President Donald Trump? WOAI News Time is 7:26.
on YouTube as we
Yes,
speak?
we are right there. There you are. See, there you are.
Hi, everybody, and audio too.
Yes.
The audio is happening.
Yes.
Now, if you ever have something to say
That you don't want.
you can say,
Well, I do have something
cut the mics now.
I have something that sounds like I shouldn't say it, but I do want to say it and
All right.
tease it. Is later on, I have to mention that just this past week, I found out that I am responsible for the life of a 5-year-old girl, for her being born.
Wow.
Excuse me?
So exactly.
You're a
that's what
daddy or what?
But
I
you're
can't
not
say.
who is the father.
I
Yeah.
cannot say. We were watching Maury, my son and I, last
Yeah.
night when that came up.
Okay,
But
so
it's kind of a
I'm
cute
confused.
story.
I'm
Oh,
confused.
great.
Well, you'll have to tell us later.
I will tell you later, but I just
And during the Fridays with Beamer, the extended dance mix coming up in the 8 o'clock hour.
well, I assume it's REO Speedwagon, maybe with a Leonard.
Oh, by the way, I need you to
Leonard
pick a
Skinner.
weekend earworm for us. A song to get us to the weekend and make us feel good about the weekend. And we're just not giving you any suggestions or anything, but we are playing a red hot playlist that came from our listeners. Listeners chimed in and gave us
Red
hot songs. Just
But
saying.
you can take it anywhere you want.
You can
I
go
was thinking
anywhere
Leonard
you want.
Skinner. I don't know.
How about
Leonard Skinner
having my baby?
was listening
It
to.
could be,
There you
after
go.
the story, it could be having my
Yeah.
baby.
You are the father. Daddy.
So I'm guessing that 6 years ago, a couple would always watch your newscasts, and you somehow made them frisky.
Something like that.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
it actually dates back longer than
Wow.
that.
Oh, well, wait a minute here.
They weren't
In
watching the
biology class.
newscast,
Oh,
and it was something inappropriate that I did.
You performed reverse vasectomy surgery on a gentleman, enabling him to sire this daughter.
Damn it, you knew it.
Yes.
Randy, you are the father.
Super glued it back. Actually, that's what I always tell my daughters, and they just roll their eyes. It's like, that's your next ex-stepmom. And she's the mom of your next half brother sister. And they're like, that great.
Great, Dad.
I see Kate. We're saying good morning. Sleepy says hello to Randy on YouTube. Kate, Echo 5 Hotel is on here. SWAT Cats, Tommy Miller, Trevin. Anybody else on? Well, the numbers have to. Whenever Randy comes on, the
Yeah, look at
YouTube
him. They're
numbers
throwing- it's going through the roof.
skyrocket.
Like
There's
3,032 people watching.
3,000. We went from 32 to
3,032 watching right now,
once,
Randy.
Once Randy is in studio.
Well, it's just because of this.
Yeah, that's true. It's the dad shirt.
Dad shirt.
Dad shirt.
This is like 30-some years old, probably.
It looks good for its age.
Yes. Now, I heard you talk about Guinness the other day.
Yes, I'm wearing the Guinness hat.
So
see?
you're actually wearing the Guinness hat. Are you a Guinness person?
Can't stand it.
Oh,
I like it. I mean, not all the time.
I
but
can drink one, and it takes a long time because it's so thick.
It's like a milkshake.
Yeah, it's like a milkshake.
Yeah.
So I will drink one tomorrow for the Ireland game, and then that's it.
Okay, I don't want to say that it did him in, but my brother, my late brother,
Mhm.
was
Oh,
a
I'm telling you,
Guinness
dude.
fan, And
I'm telling you, man, it's an acquired taste. Obviously, I mean, it's not my go-to for anything. Trust me.
This was the late brother who, in college, would have amused. Are you going to turn that off?
I'm turning her down. I'm turning her down.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. He would, and he amused some of his colleagues there at college by downing a glass of vodka.
Oh,
my God.
Which
What? Let me guess. He
Did
died.
he have a reaction to that?
Did he have
Thrown up?
cirrhosis? Did he?
For
Was
hours?
it?
he was fine for years, and later he had Parkinson's. I'm just saying.
My dad had Parkinson's. It sucks, man.
Yeah,
I had to see my
He
dad
fell
go
off
through
a-
that.
He fell off a roof, and so that
Yeah,
was
well,
kind of a-
yeah, my dad fell a few times when he had the Parkinson's too. And matter of fact, his brother lost his wife and lived in Port Arthur, moved down here in New Braunfels to be close to my dad so he could tee the golf ball up for him. I'm not making that up. My dad played golf up
So is that
until
important?
almost up until the time that he ended up in bedridden in the hospital, but he couldn't tee up the ball. So my uncle would go golfing with him just to tee up the golf ball for
Did
him.
you see Clinton last night?
Yeah,
His
I
left
saw. I
hand
noticed
was
that. I noticed that.
shaking.
Yeah, night before last.
Or
Yeah.
night before last, and
Yeah.
he also got. Well, I think I mentioned it yesterday. You could tell when he had to look
Yeah.
down.
Well, see, in the voice, that was one thing my dad, when the voice was one of the first things to go
Oh shit!
when he got Parkinson's, man. It started getting real light.
Because that's mine has already started.
Really? You might want to check it out, man. I'm just saying that I know that was my dad had a booming voice, man. And when he got the Parkinson's, about a year or a year and a half into it, man, his voice started going towards the end. Well, you couldn't really talk towards the end, but right before that, I mean, you had a hard time hearing him.
Well, see, my memory is gone.
That's not good, dude.
These people. Well, the 5-year-old girl story. I asked. We were talking for a while. I asked her name, and I swear, 3 minutes later,
You had to ask
I
again.
said something about. So yeah.
Yeah. What's your name again?
Well, I even asked, was it a girl? And
Wow.
so
Yeah, you know what? That happens though. As much things have you put in your brain over the years, information wise. Sooner or later, man, you need to
I guess.
reboot, man. You need to control alt delete.
And I
It's time to
haven't.
clean out the files,
Yeah.
man.
Well, I've cleaned out, and it's all the recent stuff.
Yes.
So
See, your long term memory is good, right?
pretty good.
Okay,
yeah.
it's your
The
short-term
useless
memory?
stuff that
Yeah.
because I can put my kids to sleep with a story.
Uh,
What did I tell my son last night? It was some kind of story, and we were talking about him needing to go to sleep. So I came up with something about.
and it worked.
Yeah, it did. It was. Oh, I was at a.
Well, we were talking.
No, it was about being at Bill Clinton's.
Oh, okay.
Speech, and then I went on and blah blah.
Next
blah.
thing you know, he's snoring.
It's like,
We were talking earlier, man. Something came up about double mint gum. Do you remember Freshen Up gum? The gum with the liquid in the center?
yes.
Okay. He was in California. I was here, and we both called it something else. Rhymes with gum. And
We did too, in
all the way.
Illinois.
Yeah, see, why didn't they just call it that? My God.
And that's before the web. So I don't know how
Yes.
that-
Yes. I don't know how this happened, but because I said, well, we used to call it something else. And he goes, well, we used to call it something else too.
Well, I
And
think-
we can't say it on the stream because, somebody will take a clip of that and it'll live forever.
Yes. And I think it came from. Are we on now?
Yes. It came from,
Never mind.
yeah.
Well, I can't disrespect Randy. I'm going to eat a donut.
Eat
You
it.
know what? I'll take
It
one.
would be
And I don't
wrong.
know if those are your favorites, but I
doesn't
tried to
matter.
get
I'm sure one of them.
a wide variety. I don't know how new those are, but they come in twice a day at Circle K's,
Okay. Thank you, sir.
and it's from a donut place.
Probably-
Once again,
Thank you.
oh, I guess I'm not.
Pull it up. Oh, they cut away. Okay.
That's good.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to see when the sugar fit.
Oh, sugar high.
high.
Let's see.
All right, Debo, what's going on?
It balances out with the caffeine, actually. So we've been pounding coffee all morning, so it's no big deal.
Donuts from Randy Beamer.
So if you pass away
Mhm.
soon, or when the ketamine kicks in,
I was hoping.
I need some ketamine from the ketamine queen.
did you hear the other story though that was weird about here, that the ketamine, there was a guy who was, because you have to, I guess, take it with a medical professional.
Yeah, the therapy. Yeah.
Yeah. And they arrested a guy for alleged abuse of a woman, or attempted abuse of a woman,
By giving her ketamine.
while she was under.
Oh,
That she
shit.
was supposed to
no.
be there. It was at a
Oh, no.
it was
See?
at one of those clinics. And so oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
But I also have heard that, the whole thing with Matthew Perry has turned people very skeptical of something that can help people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard.
Kind of
But see,
sucks.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then the rip off, those doctors were ripping them off, man. $55,000 a month.
On Rory, we're going to do what we said.
Yeah, so
I'm
you-
gonna introduce him. It's going to go Randy, Charity,
Randy, and then
Charity, and then
we'll stay out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what?
Talking about RFK Jr. dropping out, will it help him?
Oh,
740.
so it won't be, so just to have more
But
charity.
you could, I'm sure he watched the convention. Right?
Yeah, you can talk to him
His
about anything,
official
man.
topic is RFK
Well, he's
Jr.
actually doing both,
Okay.
but I decided to go from
Okay.
so much DNC coverage, with Randy, we're going to talk about it anyway, to go with RFK.
Do you think what they're going to do? Speaking of, what is that called?
What's the name of it, Chris?
What is what?
What RFK Jr. has?
RFK has. It's a
It's
Kennedy
just
thing.
kind of that's a good question.
Because that's the thing I may have mentioned before, that
What is
Trish
RFK?
DeBerry
Really?
has
Really?
to a degree.
Can you get her to come in with you one time? We like her.
Sure.
Oh,
Just in case. San Antonio's First News, Randy Beamer in studio with us until 9 o'clock this morning. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up, in fact, we have him right now, national correspondent Rory O'Neill covering not only last night's activities at the Democratic National Convention, but Randy Beamer, he's also tracking what's next for Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
And that is the question. Do you think that this will have an impact on, and who is going to benefit more? Donald Trump, I guess, is the conventional wisdom right now, but by how many percentage points in what states?
Well, I think a lot of the change has already happened. You know, let's say 6 weeks ago, RFK Jr. was in some polling close to 10%. But after Joe Biden dropped out and Kamala Harris got in, then RFK's support went down to less than 5%. So I think a lot of the support for RFK Jr. was just a none of the above attitude that a lot of voters had. We know that 70% didn't want a Biden-Trump rematch. So I think that was a lot of the support that RFK was getting. And whether or not that translated into actual votes in November is still also, that's a pretty thin line. So exactly how much influence will a Trump endorsement by RFK Jr. have? Tough to say, but in some of these states, we know it's tight. 1%, 2%, it could be enough.
And Rory, does RFK's recent moves, are they seen as kind of an act of desperation as he tries to secure pretty much any job in the next administration, whether it be Trump or Harris?
Yeah, we know, or there are reports that he was also trying to make an offer to the Harris team about, you know, hey, what could I do for you? Let's see if the same thing is happening here. We know that Donald Trump and RFK Jr. are both in Phoenix today. Donald Trump has promised a special guest for this afternoon's event, so we'll see what comes of it there. But a lot of the speculation, of course, is that RFK Jr. will now endorse Trump, and what he gets in exchange is there's some cabinet post. Do we make a Kennedy an ambassador to Ireland again? You know, you never know.
What do you think the biggest issue that he is going to bring? Is it the anti-vaxxers?
That's probably a big part of it. You know, a lot of the Trump supporters were against vaccine mandates more specifically. We know that RFK Jr. has gone on taking a stronger position, a broader anti-vax position. I think more the Trump supporters were more opposed to vaccine mandates rather than the vaccine itself. Of course, you know, there's crossover there. But yeah, we'll see if that's the big motivating factor that brings people in. Again, a lot of it was just that people are upset with the status quo and want to drain the swamp.
And I mean, for supporters, Rory, it's just really hard to tell at this point where RFK's loyalty lies.
Right. And that's also a big issue. You know, even his own family members have almost universally shunned him because of the position, the vocal position that he's taken on some of these issues. But it's still rather remarkable that the son of Robert F. Kennedy is now endorsing a Republican candidate.
And what else does he bring? Did he bring a lot of the support just because of the name?
Oh, absolutely. I think that was the only reason. And, and then it's been an odd campaign, from the vaccine stuff and then what happened with the bear and that whole story. It seems that he was in the headlines and drawing attention for all the wrong reasons over and over again.
Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill. As we roll forward, more analysis from Randy Beamer. We'll talk not only about last night's Democratic National Convention and the acceptance speech of Kamala Harris, but what's next in Decision 2024 as the countdown is on until that first presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, now 18 days away. More coming. WOAI News Time, 7:44.
Well, see, now you tell us that's the ones we wanted, was the ones with crack in them.
It might have been.
I got the ketamine one, boy, am I tired.
You got that?
Yeah.
What does that do to you? Because
I have no idea, man. I don't
like
do
an LSD.
I don't really know, to be honest with you.
I think that's why they have to keep.
Well, the fact that you got to inject it bothers me. You know,
There's a Mason crack, sure. Well, there's a crack. There's a crack. There's crack in it. I hope you don't mind. And meth.
Button. Who's got the button?
Okay, now, see, the sad thing is that reminds me, I have a see-through haircut now.
Yeah.
This last time, you know.
Yeah. That is, we've noticed he's got interesting hair for an anchor.
Because I'm going to have more to do the comb over.
Oh, you get the spray on here, man. Come
I'm
on,
gonna have to
dude.
start doing the swirl.
The swirl.
Hey, Trump has found a way.
How much does it cost for him? You ever,
My God.
I don't know,
like
but
he has somebody. That
oh
does
God,
that.
yes. You probably got one that travels with somebody that travels with them.
Yeah, there was somebody that had an office next to his, literally next to his in Trump Tower.
Yeah.
Some doctor that
Did his hair.
kidding.
somebody did a story on years ago, some
Well,
magazine.
never to be heard from again.
Well, he's just kept
He
in a box.
hung himself.
Well, somebody's still doing it.
Oh yeah.
Although yesterday at the border, when
I know.
his son,
It would.
it was just white, and then his eyebrows
Mhm.
showed up white,
Wow.
Yes.
which
It was very different. Yeah, Sleepy, I agree with you, man. It is like drinking a milkshake.
excuse me.
I'm talking to Sleepy, talking about the Guinness again.
Oh, I thought it was about the gum.
No, same thing. Same thing just happened. Yeah, it's like drinking a milkshake.
I wouldn't know.
Looks like you're drinking
a high
a beer.
protein milkshake.
Looks like you're drinking a beer, Chris. That's what Sleepy says.
Oh,
Are you
thank
drinking
you.
a beer? It's
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 not-
tea.
Sadly, it's not beer.
It's bourbon.
Yeah. One bourbon, one
It's
scotch, one
bourbon.
beer.
Like a smoothie.
Yeah, it depends.
Hey,
You're
now you
eating
can
the right
add
thing.
songs to your Instagram bio.
All right.
Woo!
Do you Instagram?
I do.
I have a few times, but
Oh,
I
you got a couple.
I was going to send you this morning. I sent it to Mr. T. There's a minute
I haven't watched it
47
yet.
AI generated Instagram. Donald Trump doing ayahuasca, which it changes his life.
Speaking of ketamine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I will.
exactly.
Next time you check in, I'll send
Thank
it to
you,
your
Travis.
Instagram account. Next time you check in,
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch mine when I get home today because
it's very well done.
got to rest up today because tomorrow, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. We got football 2:30. We got Little League Baseball World Series. Yeah, so I got all kinds of a big busy day tomorrow. Going over to buddies to watch the game from Florida State and Georgia Tech from Ireland, and splitting right after that game and going home and watching the Little League World Series. And then I'll go back to football because there's 4 games tomorrow.
What is a? Oh yeah, who's playing tomorrow?
Real games tomorrow, and they are. I know Florida State and Georgia Tech starts it all off at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning from Ireland, from Dublin. And then you got Hawaii playing at 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night, something like that. It's late. Montana State and New Mexico at 3 o'clock. SMU and Nevada at 7. And then Delaware State and Hawaii at 11.
Yeah, but did you see the Bears last night?
No, I did
Caleb Williams.
I tell you,
not. The Bears.
USC guy.
Tell you what, man. As long as he doesn't get hurt, they're fine. That's what we need to do. We just send Randy Beamer out to a cafe and talk to voters. Stand by, Chris.
Okay. More with Randy Beamer coming right up. He is in studio. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
With the DNC in the books, Donald Trump will campaign in Arizona today with a special guest that's expected to be Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The FDA has approved this season's updated Moderna and Pfizer COVID vaccines, and the new city budget includes increases on fees for pretty much everything, including parking and trash pickup. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather.
Heat advisory till 9 o'clock tonight. Partly cloudy, partly sunny today. Stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Hot. Highs right around 100 degrees. Tomorrow and Sunday, a few clouds. Other than that, lots of sunshine and hot. Highs in the upper 90s. It is 82 degrees in Lavernia, Texas. 82 in China Grove, and 82 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:50.
Hotter than hell. That's our weather forecast. San Antonio's first news. Randy Beamer in studio. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Randy, a huge part of our Decision 2024 coverage. Randy, you've covered presidential elections. You've been at party conventions over the years, covering them many, many years. You brought this up with Mike Opelka, the bounce. Are there enough undecided voters out there for a bounce to occur for Kamala Harris?
See, I don't know if it's undecided voters that are going to decide to vote one way or the other, or unmotivated voters. If they're going to come out, if, reproductive rights, abortion is the issue for a lot of people, and it will be. We saw that in 2022. Or if the border and the economy, that's going to bring people out. So it really defines that. And I think that's why some Republicans really want Donald Trump to focus on those issues instead of the grievances he has and going off script. I think he did a good job of that when he called in. We played that earlier.
Yes.
To talk about issues. I think we'll hear more from Kamala about that. But in terms of whether you're leaning Democratic or anti-Trump or anti-Democratic or whatever, I think that's pretty much decided, but there's still enough out there, and the polls are going up and down. So, and the way the polls have gone up just after Joe Biden got out, you can see there's enough wiggle room for some change.
And, Trump polls better on the economy and inflation, Randy. And you got to wonder if Kamala Harris's speech did much in tamping down some of those fears about her ability to really get specific and tackle those economic issues.
I think she tackled some things head on. I think like Israel and Gaza, although some would say that she tried to get, both sides of the fence there. But I think there's a lot of people in support. The Gaza protesters outside maybe have gotten what they wanted. They're not going to vote for the Republicans, I don't think, anyway. But if she brings them out, like those who had voted uncommitted against Biden because he was so strongly against Israel, if they come out and vote for her, yes, that's going to work. Inflation, if she has more meat on the bones about what she's going to do, continue some of the things that Joe Biden has done, talks about tax cuts for the middle class. Right now, those are set to expire in 2025, but other tax cuts for the rich are going to expire in 2027. If she hits those things that Biden would have hit and come back in a debate, I think, she has a chance there.
How much should we take these polls this early? We're 74 days from Election Day. And we hear these polls, but look what happened in 2016 with the polls. I mean, it's do I really rely on them that much?
No, we shouldn't. We should remember that the polls are always off. And especially these days, because if somebody calls you up and says, hi, I'm polling and I'm from ABC News.
Correct.
You might have one person respond. If I'm from Fox News or if I'm from something you don't know, or how many people actually respond to those. UTSA started a polling outfit now. That's part of what they do. They're paying kids to do it. Some of them, they actually go out. Some of them, they are calling. And so that, that's a challenge.
Have you ever been polled?
I have gotten texts, but I never responded.
Okay.
I did get a call once from Arbitron.
Oh, really?
Years ago about
all I listened to is
TV, back when they
WOAI.
were- I think that was it. No, this was Arbitron when they did television.
Okay.
But you had to say, I had to say, no, I work at a TV station.
Right.
But the joke was then when people would call you up and ask you what TV station you listen to, and if you didn't speak English, it would be ¿Quién? And
Yeah,
people would say,
Ken, I love it.
And so that's
I
why
love
they
it.
were number one. But
Very nice.
I worked for them then, so that was fine.
Randy, you and Charity just brought up the economy, and I always go back to what James Carville said in the Clinton campaign many years ago. It's the economy, stupid. And it seems to me most middle-class voters are housing high housing costs, grocery costs. Gasoline is coming down a little bit, but gasoline's been an issue. How does Kamala Harris convince voters? Is it even possible that I can do a better job with this economy that seems to be sticking to Biden with middle-class voters?
I think that's a tough one. But if the Fed cuts rates and it looks like interest rates are going down and people start coming back to house buying and the realtors, are getting maybe a little less and house buying gets better, there are some things that she can do. She was also talking price controls, which a lot of economists wonder about, but that could resonate with voters who are not economists.
And looking back at this week's DNC, Randy, was there a particular moment that stood out to you as the most defining for the Harris-Walz campaign?
I don't know if it was for the Harris-Walz campaign. I think one of the most effective, and it was on earlier last night, was Adam Kinzinger, who was the Republican representative from Illinois, who basically is no longer he's still a Republican, but he is supporting Democrats. And he talked about, Democrats or Republicans don't have, what did he say? I actually had some notes that for patriotism,
right?
That Democrats are as patriotic as Republicans. They love their country as much. They use the USA signs to drive home the point that it's not just fringe America haters. And that, I think, was the overall message that they tried to give, that they are also Americans and they love their country. They just express it differently. They do have different opinions, but they don't hate Republicans. And some in the Republican Party, at least leadership, say they hate commie, liberal, pinko Democrats.
Lots more coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Randy Beamer staying with us in studio until 9 o'clock. Not only Decision 2024 analysis, but is Randy Beamer responsible for the birth of a 5-year-old girl? There's a story out there, and we feel responsible to bring that story.
Who is the father?
We're gonna ask the tough questions of Randy Beamer in the 8 o'clock hour.
Gotta go.
WOAI News Time, 7:58.
That was hilarious. That was funny.
Very funny.
Who is this again?
Yeah.
Candace?
Candace?
Your name is? I can't hear you.
Okay.
They also have
Andrew.
Oh, where are we now?
8 o'clock hour. It's all you.
Yeah,
baby.
it's pretty wide
Hey,
open. We
if
can go
I
anywhere.
reminded Erin again that she's off every Friday till election. If she calls in, just to tell her, you read her emails closely.
Yeah, and we
Just
apologize.
kidding.
And,
Yeah, I
we love
told her. I told her all the way through election we're going to blow her out every Friday. So hopefully she won't call in. Thanks, man. That's not serious? Well, that's true.
Tell her it's not her, it's me.
That's true. Tell her, blame Randy. What the hell?
Or it's you.
Yeah, it's me. It's me, man.
Yeah, now, Erin, what's her last name?
Real.
Erin. And she works for
iHeart. We get
Well,
her
it's
through
24/7 news,
Yeah. Okay.
which we own.
Okay.
It's ours, but they work
Yeah, the
separately.
same
but
people who give us Rory O'Neill
And John Decker.
John Decker. Yeah.
They're like a network because we used to be totally just Fox.
Right.
And we used to have Fox people on all the time. And then they decided, well, let's get our own people. And it was NBC News Radio. Now it's 24/7 news. Same people, same everything.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
what seems
Smart.
like as I wish that's the one thing. There are no local reporters that go to any of those
I know.
conventions anymore. And I would like to have seen, somebody follow around Ron Nuremberg,
The
some
sheriff.
other people, the sheriff, and the whole. I think at the Republican convention it would have been interesting to see
Sure.
the Texas breakfast because
Yes.
they
Yes.
they had the litmus test. They got
Yep.
rid of, or they reprimanded, who was it? Tony Gonzalez. How right wing is that? And then who speaks to them?
That's what I would like to hear. Yeah, that's good.
And
That's
what are
good
their
stuff.
plans? That
Is
kind
it
of
all
stuff. That's what we
budget?
could have-
Is that all budget? Why they don't do it anymore? Is it?
Yes.
Budget and consolidation. Just
Yeah,
in the
well,
same
that's
way
true.
radio
Lack
does.
of people.
Voice
Yeah.
tracking. It
Yeah.
seems like
Somewhere had, and they do it like all the Republicans, though. They just stand, they have one person stand up there in front
Right.
of these pieces. Boom. They
Remind me to bring her mic
Christina
up.
Coleman.
Put me a note and pointed at it because
Okay.
we're talking
I'll
through
try
the
to remind
news.
you.
Because there again, I forgot. I'm not used to doing that for her.
Christina Coleman, who now works for Fox News TV. I remember seeing her at the 2012 convention when they were KBB. They had her, Sinclair, and we had come over from Channel 4, and I went there to cover Julian Castro in his speech. And all she did was front the same very generic piece
for all these different stations.
For all these different stations. But there was no reporting involved because she didn't have time.
Right.
And so that's what
we kind of lose it.
Kins had that last night. I watched them last night. They had the same.
But that's a loss for us, the viewer.
It's not local.
No, it's not at all.
But it's money.
I know. Money makes the world go round.
Sinclair, it's not just money. It's that they want their
ideology.
The ideology in there, yes.
Their message. Ideology sounds so religious.
It does.
It does. I would go with message more.
Their theology.
Yeah.
But it's definitely their, I would say, bias.
Yes, sir.
But
so other than that, what else is going on, Randy?
Nothing.
Kids gone. Now you're an empty nester.
Yeah.
So they're eating a lot of lean cuisine and hitting the wine.
Eating a lot of junk.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Not bad.
Well,
my wife.
Staying at my house. Hey, what do you want to do tonight? Whataburger or Cane's?
Yeah.
Or
Raising Cane's ain't bad, man.
Well,
it's not bad.
He's from his family's from Louisiana.
So he's got the Cajun. Yeah, that's where they came from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like you don't have to think when you're in line.
You really don't.
What do you want?
You got 1, 2, or 3. Come on.
I see Whataburger is starting spicy wings.
Yeah.
I guess they've had wings for a while.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
I didn't either because when I go to Whataburger, my wife, God bless her, loves Whataburger, man. She would eat it every day, and I can't, man. I'm sorry. I can't. Once in a while, And I really liked when they had their chili burger. It was damn good. I was surprised. I tried it and I was shocked, man. Shocked how good it was. I was just amazed by
that. They don't
that.
have everything for a long time.
No, it's a limited run on stuff, man.
Like the McRib.
Yeah, I don't think I've never had a McRib and never
I
will.
had one
See, because
years
I
ago.
don't know what it is.
It's
First of all,
spam.
basically, yeah, it's a processed pork product. That's Sister Joy, by the way.
Sister Joy.
Yeah, long story. We'll explain it to you without the mics
I
on.
don't know her.
The other
Yeah.
option is not to do an earworm. We'll get an extra segment with Randy.
Let's do that then.
I think that's a better.
Let's do that.
Okay.
I don't know, an earworm, whatever you come up with.
Because after this 5-year-old girl story breaks.
Yeah, that we got.
phone line's
We got
gonna light
questions.
up,
We got questions,
And the
man.
News 4 is going to come out.
Womp,
here.
womp, womp.
Wait,
They're
is
gonna
that Chris
resurrect-
Hansen?
Whatever happened to Brian Collister? Where is Brian Collister now? Do we
No,
know?
the Fuzzy Mike. It was
Yeah.
that was
Fuzzy
problem.
Mike.
That was like the Hindenburg. That Fuzzy Mike.
All
was
you
like,
knew is you were screwed if you
Yeah.
showed up with that fuzzy mic, man.
I saw somebody locally that had one the other day, and it was very disturbing.
Really? You're like, why?
It just
You don't need that
it's like a
anymore. Yeah.
Muppet,
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
need that anymore, man.
especially inside. You don't need
Yeah.
it inside.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
God, and who was it? You weren't at Ken's remember Michael Turco? I'm
Oh,
trying
God,
to remember
yes.
other Michael Turco here.
He was there, and I had just left. I'm trying to remember
Okay.
or was leaving. But yeah, I know.
He was a character.
Remember Bill
Oh,
Merriman?
yeah.
Bill Merriman?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Good
Not
God.
related, by the way.
Announcing.
Oh, he was a ring announcer, boxing,
Yeah.
and he was really good at that, man. He was funny as hell.
Yes.
It was funny as hell. I used to go to a lot of boxing back then, Golden Gloves and stuff, and he was always there. The lime green tuxedo. I am not making that up. He wore a lime green tuxedo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think.
Municipal Auditorium.
Yeah.
Yep.
When he was doing boxing.
Yeah, I think before your time at Ken's, Paul Thompson.
Paul Thompson.
Eyewitness wants to know. Yeah.
And see, then Bill Merriman took that over there for a while.
Eyewitness wants to
And he always
know.
goes, an eyewitness wants to know.
I know. Oh yeah. Michael Turco. Ted Dracos.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
God. Wow. Wow.
I
Did
worked
you
with
know
all
Captain
those guys.
Gus by any chance?
That was before my time.
Yeah, because I was on his show one time. I went with the guy who lived across the street from me for his birthday.
That was such a big show.
It was. I think I was in like
It was
fourth
our-
grade, third,
It
fourth
was our
grade, something
version
like
of
that.
Captain Kangaroo.
Yes.
What
yes.
I missed was 12-star final.
Oh,
Oh, and Project Terror.
well, the greatest thing about 12-star final, 16 millimeter film,
Yes.
first of all, and they would play like Wagner.
Yes.
They would play. So there'd be like an ambulance and like a dead body.
Yes.
And it was dun, 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 dun. They would have like an NFL
my
film soundtrack.
It was
I
great.
I got to see if that's anywhere on YouTube.
That
but
was great.
They
though.
would play.
That was
They would play
great.
classical, suspenseful music underneath their
At the beginning or while
no
they're
all their
No,
footage.
yeah.
They'd go a crash today on Bandera
Dun, dun,
Road
dun.
took the life of the motorist, and then dun, 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 dun. It was amazing.
I love that. Oh,
It
so
Oh,
speaking
man.
of weird stuff like that, I was watching. You're flipping around at different things with the convention.
Uh-huh.
Newsmax and Real America's Voice, and there's something called The First.
Yeah.
Wow.
Each of them had. It was almost like Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Wow.
They had boxes and these guys like just heckling,
Mocking
around
and
the
heckling
speakers,
the proceedings. Oh, that's
and
hilarious.
it was
like Mystery Science
effective. It's like,
Theater.
oh,
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
Oh man, I
I'm
missed
surprised
that.
Fox doesn't do that with Gutfeld.
God,
Yeah.
he'd be good at it too.
Yeah.
They
he'd be
didn't
really
do that
good
to
at it.
the main speaker like Harris. They
Yeah.
actually, which I was surprised at, but and the earlier ones, and it was just kind of brutal and hateful and whatever. And
Yeah.
then the Young Turks. I don't know if you've ever seen.
Oh
that.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
They had two guys on, but they didn't talk as much. But they did
Okay.
the same thing.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
interesting.
It's kind of like a new way to do TV. You just
Yeah.
have to split. They had 4 boxes around one main one, or 3, and then just the.
Hey, hang on,
and
guys.
They didn't have the.
Hang on.
San Antonio's first news special in studio guest, Randy Beamer, big part of our Decision 2024 coverage. He's our analyst for Decision 2024. We'll talk a little more about not only the Democratic National Convention last night, its finale, the acceptance speech of Kamala Harris, but also moving forward and all eyes on that debate 18 days away between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. More coming right up, but first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Heat advisory until 9 o'clock. Hot today. Stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs right around 100, 101. Tomorrow, a few clouds. Otherwise, generally sunny. Same thing for Sunday. Both days, highs in the upper 90s. It is 82 degrees in Cibolo, Texas. 82 at Fort Sam and 82 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10. Crap.
San Antonio's first news, a red hot playlist on a hot weekend. Randy Beamer in studio, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Randy, 2 days ago, 108 degrees at the airport, 114 degrees in Floresville, where Mr. T lives. It was the 4th hottest day in San Antonio history. What did you do?
I remember that.
Were you in a pool with a drink with a umbrella in it? What did you do?
No, but I don't mind getting outside in the heat, which they say is probably going to kill everybody over 65. Not that I am, but I don't mind the heat that much. Coming from
even excessive heat like that. That's a little excessive because I'm a summertime guy, but
maybe down to 104 is good. But I'm one of those crazy people that would rather do that. And it was a dry heat. If you live up in the Midwest and the humidity and the mosquitoes and the sweat pours off your body and it's just smelly. I couldn't stand it. I'm sorry. What did you put in this caffeine that I'm drinking here?
Oh, that's not caffeine.
Oh, is that crack? Anyway, I don't mind it that much, so I get out and
how many polar pops do you go through on a day that's like that?
Well,
10, 20, 10, 20, 30, some. Yeah.
Are we getting paid now by Circle K and Polar Pops?
We should.
You are
Just
the polar pop.
What about you, Charity? I'm sure you love the heat.
Not so much, Randy. I'm ready for fall. But I'm just happy that temperatures for the foreseeable future will just be like 90s. I can handle
like
that.
Yeah.
But these triple digit, it's really the heat index. It's the killer. When they're talking like 114, 116. No, I can't function. I will make my plans based off of, do I have to walk through a parking lot that's radiating heat? I can't handle it. So.
Is it too early for Halloween stuff? I took my mom to Joann's Fabrics the other day, and I know you guys go there.
All the time, big time.
And they have all of the Halloween stuff out and fall and Thanksgiving stuff, and it seems a little early. This is a couple of weeks ago.
It's out way too early.
I know Charity and the boys in the booth, they all quilt too.
Yes, definitely.
I own a sewing machine. So.
I do too.
So do I.
Really?
Yeah, actually, Cindy uses it, but I own it.
I was actually more surprised by Beamer's admission.
Oh,
so you own a sewing machine?
I kind of inherited one. But,
okay.
And the boys in the booth, they look like they make their own clothes or steal them. I'm not sure.
I think they steal them.
What do you guys think about the heat? You're the Gen Z, double Z?
I think they're on double Z now, yeah. Well,
as you sport a sweatshirt.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I like being hot and sticky. How about you, Randy?
Can you say wuss on the radio?
You can now.
Absolutely.
Wimp. I should say wimp. I'm still learning radio. I don't know. Hot.
So, Randy, something
hot.
Something that occurs to me going back to the convention for a moment. We're political junkies. You are a political junkie. We know this by watching On the Record 7 o'clock Thursday nights.
Thank
on
you
KLRN.
for the shameless plug.
But all right, so we watched every night. Is the rest of the country, do you believe, as anywhere near as locked in as we are?
And the ratings show it. Although the ratings have been up for the Democratic convention better than they have been in a few years, and they were better than the Republican convention, at least according to the numbers. But I still don't think they are. It reminds me of baseball. Remember in the 80s and 70s when everybody was glued to baseball? I remember going to Central American in 1983. And Civil War's down there, but still everybody's glued to baseball. You came back, everybody's talking about it, and it's like, no, nobody's watching it. At least right now, it's the after Labor Day when most people, I think, get into it. And when this next debate happens, I think the Biden-Trump debate made enough news that people pay attention.
Yes.
And they'll stream it. But I think it's down. I think it's down, and people haven't paid much attention. So after After Labor Day, we'll do it.
So even though we're talking about, the first Black woman and person of South Asian descent, as far as Kamala Harris, that's not drawing new attention, you don't think?
I think it's drawing new attention, but whether most people are paying that close attention like we are, I don't think so.
Okay.
More coming up with Randy Beamer. And before we get out of this hour, we're going to ask about the 5-year-old girl that he may be responsible for. I'm telling you,
Who is this again?
It's a story that is out there, and Randy will Randy will answer some hard questions coming up. WOAI News Time 8:16.
I don't know her. Sorry.
And we're back.
That's horribly inappropriate.
Sorry.
Terry's on the phone right now.
Yes.
Terry's loving it.
What are you doing?
Snowflakes. Andrew Zimmel, everybody.
It's hot.
Oh, thank you.
It is hot. That's hot. The air conditioning is pretty good in here.
Yeah, it's too good. Even in the wintertime, it's cold in here, man.
Oh.
So why?
Have you ever lived with a woman that's older and gone through
exactly, yes. My wife, trust me.
down to 20 degrees?
I'm sleeping with a comforter on the bed in the summertime when that was going on. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ceiling fan going, a fan next to her, air conditioner down, and our room is the coolest room in the whole house, so and the temperature's kind of low in there too, if you know what I mean.
Well, yes.
So why in God's name do they start it at 9:00? The coverage at 9:00.
They didn't used to. For years, it was at 7.
Yeah.
And
Well, they're going in
ratings
summer
because
reruns, though, man.
nobody-
It's summer reruns, except for Big Brother. It's summer reruns.
It's still money.
Jesus.
It's still.
Well, people like us
And
that have
some
to get
people-
up in the
some
middle of the
people
night to go to
complained
work.
some
It's
people
tough,
complained
man.
That it was just free advertising because it was so scripted.
Yeah.
And
Like an
on both
infomercial.
sides,
Yeah.
it's infomercials. You're paying nothing for it, and there's no fact checking.
No, never.
That. But it was mainly money, and then so there's 1 hour. I think through the 90s they had from at least
8 to 10, right?
7 to 10.
Oh, 7 to 10. Okay.
And then I know in the 80s it was 7 to 10, and then I don't remember if it was 70s or 60s where they had it on the afternoons.
Yeah.
You watch it all.
Yeah. And then they would tick off all the housewives because they interrupt the soap operas, man.
Oh,
And the
God.
one thing you don't want to do is interrupt soaps,
I
man.
remember
Trust me on that.
Calls. And when it goes long,
Yes.
after
Then it
10,
screws you guys.
Noticed last night, though, they got Harris on early.
Yes.
And I thought, there
Got
was
her in,
that
got her out too, man.
rumor about Beyonce, if you guys had heard that.
Rumors
TMZ.
about Beyonce, Taylor Swift. There was a big,
Yeah.
big surprise guest coming, and it never showed.
And then they explained how that, some story explained how that happened, that there was some 650,000 followers on X that
got it
said
started.
special guest, and then somebody from the White House put a bee.
I got
an
you.
actual buzzing bee on.
Stand by.
so-
Stand by.
Okay.
Just throw it to her, right?
Yes. Fridays with Beamer. Randy Beamer is in studio. We're talking Decision 2024 and a whole lot more. More with Randy Beamer coming right up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Vice President Kamala Harris is now officially the Democratic nominee for president. Arizona law enforcement has arrested a man who allegedly threatened to kill former President Trump. And for the second time this week and the third time this summer in Texas, a child has died after being left in a hot car. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Heat advisory till 9 o'clock tonight. A stray shower or thunderstorm possible today. Highs right around 100 degrees. Tomorrow and Sunday, few clouds, lots of sun, and hot. Highs in the upper 90s. It is 82 degrees in Leon Valley, 82 in Floresville, and 81 now here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:20.
It is a playlist Friday. It is a red hot playlist Friday, not just because Randy Beamer is in studio,
But that
because
helps.
that does help. Come for the chopped liver, stay for the eye candy. Speaking of eye candy, and we talk about Randy and Charity when it's eye candy because Mr. T and I are just chopped liver. But go to YouTube and you will see Randy Beamer, Charity, myself, Mr. T. Look for 1200 WOAI on YouTube. It's amazing, Charity. When Randy comes, the numbers just explode. We had 32 viewers, and then Randy walked in at 7 o'clock, and it went up to 3,406 viewers. It's the Randy Beamer factor.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's a typo. And they're here for the kids in the booth. They've heard about them making their own clothes or stealing them. But it's fun being here. I'm glad that you let me be here.
We
love having you, man.
Play dumb old TV guy.
You do
Which
it
I think
well.
I do very well.
You do very well. Do very well. So,
Right.
Randy, you've been in the TV business for a while. Why is the coverage of the Republican and Democratic national debate conventions starting so late?
Well, it didn't used to. I remember in the 90s, you would go from 7 to 10.
Right.
And then it's basically because the networks are like, these are infomercials. We are putting on for you infomercials. We are losing money and nobody's watching. So we're going to put them on from 9 o'clock till 10 o'clock on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then on Thursday, and I think they used to go to Friday.
Yes.
They cut back. And so then we're going to put 2 hours on. But you know what I miss is, and I think local people miss, is having local reporters
Yes.
go to these conventions
Yep.
like I did, especially this year. We're talking off the air. The Republicans in Texas have really changed focus over the past 8-12 years. You know, they censured Tony Gonzalez for not towing the line on boats and guns and things like that. Just how they are right now and where they're moving toward, that's going to affect all of us in Texas. But they don't have the money anymore. Local stations, they have the big corporations that own them, so they'll have somebody do
All the
15
stations,
live
yeah.
shots
Yeah.
with the same story, and it's not local.
And if you're paying close attention, like we are, Randy, I mean, these 4-day conventions, they really suck all the oxygen out of the news cycle. I mean, even if you just rely on social media, you pull it up and that's what's in your news feed. Do you think people are they kind of need a break from politics right now and they're going to just take a break up until maybe, I don't know, end of October, beginning of November?
I think they are. Speaking of that, though, after I was watching all the streaming stuff on NBC and as soon as it was over, the headlines on NBC Now was, and this is true, man with bleeding scalp from hair transplant arrested after refusing to get off plane.
I saw that.
Those are the big kind of stories. We're back. And this one I saw though this morning, the women's soccer player admitted she broke her gold medal while partying.
Yeah, that's a big
some
one.
serious
That's a
partying.
big-
That's
but
a
I
big, yeah.
love the hair transplant
That's
bleeding
awesome.
from scalp arrested after refusing to get off.
So why did they want to get him off the plane?
Because he was bleeding everywhere.
You want
It
to sit
was-
next to that guy?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably get the armrest.
I'll have to ask. I'll have to ask Don Harris.
Oh!
I'm kidding.
Oh,
Don.
you did.
I didn't. I just want to see if somebody out there.
Don is
I'm
texting
kidding.
Chris Duel right
Yeah,
now.
right now.
Oh,
Tell Randy to meet me in the parking lot.
horrible.
Don Harris, a friend of the show.
Can you
A
get
friend
my-
of the show.
Can you get my obituary ready?
Oh, it's been ready, Randy.
Dead guy from TV. You
He
can't
tried to
remember.
do some radio. That guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Polar pop.
Shot to death. Deservedly.
Ouch.
Never.
Thousands of
Never.
suspects.
Okay, we've been teasing this story, and just after 8:40, we will ask Randy Beamer, is he responsible for the birth of a 5-year-old girl?
Well,
Is he
responsible.
well? And you got some splaining to do, as Ricky Ricardo would say.
Recently,
Well, I think she's You'll explain it to
she's
us.
5 now. Yes.
She's 5 now. Okay,
Wow.
that and
Officer.
more coming up. Before that, Joe Pags with a preview of the Joe Pags Show and Jared E. McCurdy with all the news you need to know about right now. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, WOAI News Time, 8:26.
Wow. Oh, that's
I'm
good.
sorry, I went
good
down
stuff,
there.
man.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Oh,
He's
no.
gonna be so.
He's going to say,
listen.
meet me in the parking lot, man. I can hear it already.
I talked to the guy who works at Franklin Park at the desk.
Okay.
Came in the other day. He goes, "Hey, I listened to you guys the other morning," and he quoted it back to me.
Wow.
What we were talking about. So
Wow.
it was
That's
like,
intense
oh, okay.
listening.
I got to turn the mics
And
off
he's a
just
younger
real quick,
guy.
real quick.
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry, we're back.
Sorry about that.
And we're
sorry.
back.
Sorry, we were schooling
Speaking of which,
Randy.
Did you see Keenan Thompson?
I did with Project 2025.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
That was well done.
Yeah.
Although they didn't have the first one come up. I don't
They
know.
did,
They had audio problems.
Technical
Yeah.
problems.
Yeah.
And
D.O. Hughley
PolitiFact
was
has
okay.
checked Stuff. Even they checked one of those.
Yeah.
PolitiFact's been interesting, and they're checking Democrats and saying false or mostly true or not. But they did something on the Keenan Thompson thing that was partly true.
Oh,
really?
Okay.
I can't remember what it was. Oh, did you see Steve Karnacki?
No, I
did
missed
not.
him, man.
He was on after NBC went
Oh,
off
okay.
for the night.
The guy,
last
yeah, I
night.
saw it came up after I was watching Kamala this morning. It came up on the, right after it, the next video.
And he was talking about that some of those states are in play because it was Black, Hispanic, and under 30 that have all gone up at least 8% since Biden left. So those are putting in play that it's 40. It was 44% for Biden to 47% for Trump, and now it's 49% for Harris and 47% for Trump. But that's national, and it doesn't necessarily mean electoral votes. So. So that was kind of interesting too. That's the stuff you don't get.
No, you don't get that. No.
And they talk a lot about stuff. They go down to somebody on the floor and, hey, we're doing this. I remember that. That was a weird thing going to the convention because you had to get a floor pass.
Yeah.
And I would get a floor pass with a camera, and so I could go down and just ask
Sure.
people. And Molly Ivan stick a camera. in
Oh,
her
that's so
face.
cool.
Wow.
But then a lot of people you didn't have enough for everybody, so you would trade those.
Do you know your setup?
Oh, shoot. I don't know.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now we're back, Randy. You can say that now.
I can't remember what I was saying.
Molly Ivan's on the floor.
Oh,
Yeah,
on the
camera in her
camera.
face, yes.
And on a night when you could tell the different nights when more people wanted to be down on the floor.
Right.
Yeah.
and it was also harder to get a pass. And so I
Yeah.
would make sure that I was on the Thursday night so I could get a pass and be down on the floor.
Right.
Sometimes you had enough for the reporter and photographer. Sometimes you didn't. So I would be the reporter and photographer sometimes. And it was a lot of fun, but it was incredibly hot. You couldn't
bet,
go to the
yeah.
bathroom. You
Oh,
couldn't
God.
move.
Yeah.
When the president's in.
Oh, you can't do
you
anything,
can't
right?
do
Yeah.
anything. I got stuck, and I mentioned this before, I think, with Bob Woodward in the elevator.
Oh, wow.
Trying to go up.
And they
after-
stopped you because of the
Yeah.
president. Yeah.
And so you couldn't. And I was late to a live shot because you
Oh,
go
yeah.
upstairs to do the live shot, and then you're stuck there for a while if you go down.
I
But-
remember when Bill Clinton came to town, he went to Grady's Barbecue right there on 281 in Tacoma.
Yeah.
And I was coming down 281 heading home and got stuck in
Oh,
that
yeah.
traffic. And, I get home and Cindy's like, what took you so long? I said, the freaking president. She's like, no, really, what took you so long? I said, no, seriously. I got stuck in the motorcade, came by, and they pulled everybody off the road. I mean, you couldn't even drive. They made, everybody stop so that the motorcade would go by. And I didn't even know he was in town at the time.
Yeah, it is such gridlock.
It is.
Around whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing, and they have, and I'm sure after the Trump assassination attempt.
Oh, God,
they,
yes.
They extended the
perimeter.
The perimeter.
Yeah. The safe zone, yes. Which wasn't very safe that day, was it?
Speaking of which, there's another. She has 2 kids.
She looks good
That
now.
you are
that
responsible
I am
for.
responsible for
Yes.
Okay. Damn.
because I encouraged.
Damn, Randy. Wow, Randy.
Encouraged her and her boyfriend
To have sex right there and
to
there?
get back together.
Oh, okay.
Really?
They-
Okay.
they
I knew you
had
performed the
dated.
ceremony. I didn't know you
and I
encouraged.
performed the ceremony. But
Very
it
nice.
was
Wow,
weird.
look at you, man. Just fathering children all over the place.
And a couple of friends from college that didn't know each other in college.
Oh, you
Very
introduced
good.
them and now they're
Because after college, they both lived in Minneapolis, and I went up there to see him, and then she was there, and I said, "Hey, why don't you guys get together?" And because
and now
I knew
they've
her,
been married for how many
they
years
went
now?
to a Twins game, probably 40 years, and they have 2 grandkids.
Wow.
2 kids and 2.
Look at you, Randy. Matchmaker,
Yeah,
matchmaker.
because I'm better at other marriages.
Well,
Obviously.
those who can do it.
I
Those who can't
teach.
teach.
That's me.
He's a
They're
love
hypocrites.
teacher. He's a
Parents
professor of
and
love.
teachers
You're a professor of
are
love.
Hypocrites.
Yeah, you're a professor of love.
I tell my kids I'm a role model for what not to do.
Oh, you know what he really is, Chris? He's a love broker.
Oh wait,
Nice.
so are we off till 8:40 here?
Yeah, you got time.
I got to call my lawyer.
Yeah,
That's
no
right.
problem. No problem.
Yeah, have him record this segment.
Yeah, just in case. Love broker. Dude, we couldn't do this with you know who.
Precisely. And they're not doing that over there.
You know why? Because they can't.
Yeah.
Good call on the earworm, though.
Yeah, I just thought of that because we've done that before
Yeah.
with him. We've blown
Randy,
it out.
Randy is our earworm.
Yes. Yeah. That way we can.
Because nobody gives more earworms than Randy.
Correct. Correct.
Oh, man. God, it's flown by.
Yeah. And he's so good. He's so good. And he brings donuts.
You know? Not saying that he has to.
This big hunk of whatever that is. What
I
is
mean,
that?
the John Holmes donut, I believe. That's what they call
John
it.
C. Holmes donut. Yeah, for those, I got a visual for those. This is the big donut that Randy Beamer brought. Oh, okay. Camera's over
Yeah.
here. Camera's over here.
There's a camera. It's over there. It's over there.
Is it over here?
Yeah.
Or is it over here?
It's over there.
So it's that one.
Is it that one? No, it's that one.
It's that one.
Yeah. Can't figure out which camera it is, man.
Hey, we're radio people. We don't know where the cameras are. It's the donut.
It's the giant donut. The big ass donut. No, hell no. Give it to the guys. Let them fight over it. All right, I'll be here by myself. All by myself. Is that what that is, Tim? See, he was just teasing you guys with that big old donut. Sleepy, have a good day, brother. Have a nice weekend. And remember, go Bernie. Really, people are looking at you, Jacob? Damn. Just tell them, you're having fun. If they wanted to join in, they know you could tell them how, but maybe you don't want them to. There's always that. Oh. Say goodbye to Sleepy. He's taking off.
Bye, Sleepy. Why are you leaving the party?
He's got to go.
How dare you?
Said he probably won't be back before 9, but okay.
Sleepy, you're so rude. How dare you, sir?
Jacob said he's sitting at his desk laughing out loud. People are looking at him because of my John Holmes comment.
Very funny. You don't get a lot of John Holmes comments
You really
anymore
don't,
on
man.
radio.
You really don't.
Yeah.
Look, it's like the whole Republican National Convention with Clint Eastwood. All right. Wait, Randy Beamer.
We're
Randy
still
Beamer,
on.
everybody. All right. Yeah, we were giving EJ, we were listening earlier, we were talking about his Hezbollah hoodie.
Oh, yeah.
What does that look like?
Looks like something Arabic.
Doesn't it?
Something impact. Yeah, he's
It's
flying a plane
Hellas.
later.
Hellas.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
Yeah, he would get profiled
Yes, he
by
would.
TSA.
Yeah, he'd be on the list, that's for sure.
self-radicalized.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is self-radicalized.
Oh, you know what it is? It's that mustache with the little,
Yeah,
the
the
soul patch.
little Arabic, little soul patch.
And then that guy next to him,
Yeah, no kidding.
he's sitting out on the wing of that plane. they're gonna
Right.
bring down.
There's a man on the wing.
He's not showing himself.
No, he's afraid. That's not going on the stream, by the way. What we're looking at there, that's just a way for them to see. We can see what they're doing.
Oh, so that isn't on the
No,
screen?
no, just what you see.
What you see on the far right, there's the
Yeah, see right here.
Oh, I see, but not Cherry.
That's what we got.
No, because she doesn't want to be on right now.
Oh,
The long
She
story.
says, I can't compete with Randy Beamer.
Yeah,
I
she's like,
can't.
take me off
He
when
says, when
Randy's
Randy's
in.
gone.
When Randy's in, I
Put me
We
back
could
on.
switch to just the Fox News people.
We do that from time to time
You
too.
just put random blonde
Yes,
underneath.
we'll just sit
That'll
here.
be a great
Just sit.
title. Random Blonde.
Okay,
Let's go to
we'll do-
Random
We'll
Blonde.
just sit here and flip
Band
the
name.
channel. Hey, by the way, Bernie's playing for the U.S. Championship
Yes.
tomorrow.
Yes. Although some of those kids don't look 12.
I don't remember being 6 foot tall when I was
No.
11 and 12.
Although,
No.
When my son was playing soccer out on the Northeast side, they played kids that are mostly
Yeah.
12 and 10 looking, but they played some kids out
They
on
had
the
full
Northeast
beards and
side.
stuff.
They had kids, they had beards.
Yeah. They drove up themselves.
And their parents were just
Oh, I hate that, man.
the worst.
I hate that.
They decked a kid. I mean, just
Yeah.
it was a foul, but it should have been
Still,
a red card.
should have been, should have been taken out of the game.
They were like, fine.
Oh, he knows the players. That's why we're talking to him,
Did
because
you
he
see
knows them.
Tweet that he's an assistant coach. Not
Oh,
a
yeah.
coach, which my son pointed out.
Yes.
Because he is always on the webs.
Yes. Because he's young.
Yes. And he goes to LSU, which is a little more.
Oh, don't forget Pegs.
Pags first, yes.
Pags and then Randy's 5-year-old
5-year-old
kid.
girl
Yeah.
that he is responsible for.
Yeah.
Can we get Pags into that? I've heard a rumor.
Oh, that'll be today's show. Don't worry. He's monitoring the stream right now as we speak.
Does he do that? Does he get up?
No.
No,
Probably still awake.
Yeah, he stays up until about 4 or 5.
Yeah. Fortnite.
Playing video games.
Grown man.
Oh, that's the biggest diamond.
Yeah. Yeah.
How much money would you get?
You know, that gotta suck. You put that in, man, just think how heavy that is on a ring. Oh, you make a pendant?
Yeah. Would you give that to somebody?
No, I keep
What
it.
would you expect if you gave that to somebody?
A lot. All the time.
It wouldn't, and you wouldn't just give it to somebody.
No.
It would be
Yes. Yeah, my wife frowns on me
Cheerleading
dating nowadays. my wife gets very upset when I date.
and they get over it.
I know, they get that so touchy. Stand by.
It's a red hot playlist Friday. San Antonio's first news. Randy Beamer in studio, the John Travolta of KLRN. His program,
Sandy,
On the Record.
My hair.
Yes. His program, On the Record, Thursday, 7 o'clock on KLRN. Always, all episodes on demand at klrn.org. More with Randy Beamer in a moment, but right now, let's check in with Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show, who has been all over the Democratic National Convention all week long. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Chris. That's right. It was the last night of the DNC, and Kamala Harris, the nominee, the now nominee for the Democrats, spoke. A lot of people reacting in a lot of different ways, including former President Donald Trump. We'll have Brandon Struck on. He is the guy who founded the Walk Away movement. He's a man who walked away from the Democrat Party and is now pushing for Donald Trump. Buchanan, he is challenging Javier Salazar to be the sheriff of Bexar County. He's a Republican, Salazar a Democrat. Salazar, of course, spoke at the DNC this week and completely contradicted what he had said before just 2 years ago. That much more coming up at 5 o'clock today on the Joe Pags Show, News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
All right, Joe Pags Show, 5 to 8 p.m. today and every weekday right here on 1200 WOAI. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, I'm Chris Duell, Randy Beamer in studio. And Randy, we ask the tough questions here, as you know. It's, even though we consider you a friend.
I'm losing my voice.
There's a story out there that there is a 5-year-old girl that you are responsible for or responsible for her. Can you walk us through this story?
I can
clarify, please.
It's actually going to turn into a self-serving, shameless plug for an event that I'm doing. But okay, it started 10 years ago. You know, I do some charity stuff, a lot of free stuff, and MC it. The Pechacuchas that I used to do 4 times a year. It's kind of like a TED Talk that people do, but it's quicker. They do it for 6 minutes, and then I would come in and interview them.
Okay.
Well, they would do 8 on a night, and they would do 4, and they still do this, but they do 4, and then they have an intermission. Well, now they don't have an intermission. 10 years ago at the Carver Center, long story short, I was, of course, the inappropriate guy. Before on these things, you have wine, you pay a ticket, you get some wine or whatever. At the intermission, you can have more wine or beer. So after 4 people, I said, well, we're trying to get you together. The point is to engage the community. So why don't you go out? And I don't know if I put it this way or not, go ahead and hit on each other or make a friend. Well, unfortunately, and that's why I'm not doing this anymore, but fortunately, there was a couple, there were 2 people who had not met each other, who had said, the woman had said hi to the guy before at the beginning. Well, the guy was emboldened by my inappropriate comments to talk to the woman at the intermission, actually gave her his card.
Nice.
A year later, when the Pechacucha was at the Whitty, he proposed to her.
Aww.
And now they have a 5-year-old girl named Mercedes.
Nice.
So we taped a promo the other day. I didn't know they had a 5-year-old girl until the other day because somebody had called me up and said, Randy, there's a 5-year-old you're responsible for.
Call my attorney.
My name's Steve. But so we went and we did a little video, but there's a Mercedes 5-year-old girl out there because I inappropriately told somebody to, don't be afraid. Don't be shy. If you see somebody you would like to meet, just say hi.
Yeah. Randy the matchmaker.
Exactly. And by the way, Ashley Sutton, who is on right now on KBB, I encouraged her and a guy that she had dated to get back together because I had tried to set her up. She was a 5 o'clock producer then. And now they're not only married, I married them. I was the official.
I was going to say,
nice.
And they have 2 kids.
Look at that.
Yeah, she just had one recently.
Yeah,
we saw her.
We actually saw it all the way
we
through.
We saw all 9 months.
Yeah,
of the
all 9
pregnancy.
months.
Charity, Chris, Mr. T.
We're
and
all taken.
The kids in the booth, though, they look very interested in this.
Yeah, Andrew and EJ are both single as far as
So
we know.
bottom line of that Pechacucha thing is September 4th at the Carver Center. You go, you'll see 7 or 8 great people. They talk quickly about what they're passionate about. The deal is 20 seconds per slide, 20 slides.
Okay.
And they have this
That's kind
Pechacucha
of
going
nice.
around
That's
the
kind of
country.
cool.
So it's cool. And then they ask you dumb questions. And I, of course, did shtick that they grew out of. So
So
it's
you're no
much
longer
more-
invited?
No, it's an intellectual crowd.
We need to demand that Randy be reinstated as
Yes.
the
Let's get everybody out there.
moderator.
Demand it.
No
Yes.
longer hitting on people, so it's free. It's clear to go.
Fewer babies will be born in San Antonio now because Randy's no longer involved. More coming up with Randy Beamer. He is in studio with us. We'll get back to Randy in just a flash. WOAI News Time, 8:46.
Did that make
Well,
sense?
That was very good.
That wasn't
very
as
good.
salacious as I thought it
Rambling
was going to be.
around.
But I'm a little disappointed.
I was expecting more Jerry Springer like, and then I get some
You
sort
are
of
not the father. Instead of Mercedes, I was wishing they'd name her
Beamer. That's what
Beamer,
I
or
said.
yes.
Randella.
Randella.
No. There's somebody
Randy
that
with an
named their-
eye.
Martha and the
Randy with an
Randellas.
eye.
Somebody told me that they named their dog after me.
Oh, that's
This
an honor.
woman, because that's my demo is
That's what, yeah.
woman near death.
Women with dogs.
As opposed to single cat ladies.
Yeah, single cat ladies.
Although,
Outgrew those.
The other thing is when I had a mustache.
Oh, you were like the stud muffin.
No, I was in a parade with Karen Gallagher. It was a sock show and rodeo parade. And when they had that, this is years ago, Ken's
And
broadcast.
you were dressed like a cowboy?
So I was on a horse with her. We
Oh,
had
wow.
these South American horses. I don't know. So anyway, she was on a horse and she knew how to ride, and I kind of did. But we were down by the Alamo, and you go right past
Oh,
the
yeah.
Alamo. And it was, are we on?
We are on.
Yeah.
We could. You want to hit it, Tim?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. More with Randy Beamer in studio. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
Former President Trump will be in Arizona today, while Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is expected to make a major campaign announcement. The mother of a child murdered by a gunman in Uvalde was in the spotlight during the final night of the DNC, and a major merger is taking place with UTSA and UT Health set to become a single institution next year. I'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather.
Heat advisory until 9 o'clock. Sunshine today. Stray shower, thunderstorm, possible highs is right around 100. Tomorrow and Sunday, hot. Few clouds, highs in the upper 90s. It is 82 degrees in China Grove and 82 at Randolph Air Force Base and 82 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's first news are thanks to EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel doing the heavy lifting technically today. Our big thanks to Randy Beamer in studio. Big
Thank you.
part of our
you.
Decision
Thank
2024
you for the
coverage.
insincere applause. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
On the record, KLRN, 7 o'clock Thursday nights, all episodes on demand at klrn.org. Randy, what are your big weekend plans?
Well, you know, I'm going to be an empty nester. My son is going back to LSU at 10 o'clock today, a friend of his.
So poker night at Randy's, that's what I heard.
Yes.
No, you know, I just thought that I would encourage you out there, once again, as a matchmaker. If you know either Andrew Zimmel or EJ Pacheco, hit on them because they're crying now in the booth, but they're both going, yeah. So where are those guys going to be? That's what I want.
They're gainfully employed. They have jobs.
Yeah.
And wearing hoodies. So that's going to be a
Yeah.
magnet in itself
Oh,
in
yeah,
triple digit weather.
The dreaded hoodie magnet.
So go over to their parents' basement and knock on the door. Sorry.
Why?
Why?
Oh.
But, you know, this will be a good weekend. It's warm. Go out and make a friend.
And you got Bernie playing for the U.S. Championship and possibly the International Championship in Little League Baseball.
Yes, there you go.
They're going to go all the way. And
What
Chris
are your guys'
Jewell.
plans in the heat? You know, Charlie, he told us what he wears on a hot summer
Yes, he
weekend.
wears a Speedo and nothing else.
No
nothing
visuals.
else.
Sorry,
Nothing-
please.
nothing
that's
else is
worse
what he
than an
wears, yes.
earworm.
I am going to Houston, where you have family. I'm going to see Chicago and Earth, Wind, and Fire tomorrow night in Houston.
Dude,
Nice.
Actually, the Woodlands, to be more accurate.
Four
know they
bands.
played there.
Four bands, man. Chicago, Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah, all four will be there.
I remember three of them. And you will be doing?
I'll be watching football tomorrow morning, then baseball
Yes.
tomorrow afternoon, and then more football after that. And then,
That's guy stuff.
yeah, that's basically what it is.
Grilling.
I
you
am
know,
excited because
also
football
have
season.
a baby shower for my second grandson,
Oh,
Nice.
for my daughter who's having.
And what that grandson's name is?
We don't know yet.
Oh, we don't know.
Randy?
Due in October.
Is it Randy or Randall?
Randolph.
Charity, what's going on with you over the weekend?
Just kid stuff. Swimming. Probably go hit up the Doozium. Things
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
nice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Got to keep them entertained. It's all about them, not me.
Randy, any final words for the people?
I'd like to accept this nomination on behalf of WII Radio. I just want to thank you guys for letting me come in and be.
Oh, thank you for coming in.
Always so much fun.
You are radio gold.
I would like there to be more oxygen in my little area here because you've obviously spiked my drinks and taken all the oxygen out. But it's a lot of fun. I'm learning how the other half lives. It's different than TV.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Yeah, we don't have people like you did at TV.
We're heathens, you know.
Yeah, we are our
Randy's
people.
people will call your people. We don't have
Oh.
people. Yeah.
Minions.
Yeah, oh, there you go.
That's what you call them. No, you have people. Those are the boys in the booth.
And they will
Which
soon. There'll soon be girls are going to be banging their doors down. It's going to be wild.
Excuse me?
knocking down their doors. Excuse me.
Yeah, on that note.
You should have shown their faces right then.
As Tim said on that note, maybe we should go to the Glenn Beck program. Before that, Charity McCurdy with all the big news stories. Our thanks to Randy Beamer. Right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:56.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Oh, my God.
Yes, sir.
We're done. Say goodbye.
See y'all later. Adios.
Say goodbye, Randy.
Goodbye, Randy.